So, welcome to everyone from wherever you are to we actually just realized it's our fifth virtual Bang on a Can marathon since the beginning of the pandemic, but it's the first of this year. And right at the start, I want to introduce you to the fourth square in this virtual map, the amazing American radio host, author, and personality, John Schaefer. Such a huge, huge supporter of new music and incredible music from all walks of music. John, thank you so much for joining us for this fifth virtual marathon.
I'm so happy to be the fourth square. Um, this is the first one of these I know that you're doing this year, but we at New Sounds, my radio show, we invite the All-Stars every year to Merkin Hall to do your People's Commissioning Fund. So normally at this time of the year, we would all be together at Merkin Hall with the All-Stars doing 4 world premieres. So the fact that we're going to get to hear 16 world premieres in the next 4 hours, it's not as good as everybody being together in one place, but it's a pretty damn fine alternative.
That doesn't mean that because we're doing 16 premieres today, that you can let us off for the next 4 years of New Sounds.
Right. No, I mean, New Sounds Live, we've been doing this for what? It's been over 20 years, right? Every year we get together and we do this. So,
well, it's really important to us to have you here also because, we've been hosting these and we are music lovers, but we are amateur hosts and you are a professional host. So we are excited to pick up some tips. But also, what you're saying about our long relationship to you is that, commissioning new music has been something that's been really important for you and for us. It's been a big part of Bang on a Can since the very beginning, and we've commissioned many, many, many hundreds of pieces, composers all over the place. And one of the ways that this marathon is different is that every single one of these pieces is commissioned. Every one of these pieces is a premiere, so no one has ever heard these things before. And also it's during the day, you're going to be hearing over and over again who has commissioned each of these pieces, because there's some of these people have actually stepped up to say, we want to be a commissioner. And looking at you, our internet audience, this could be you. So while you are hearing all these names being recited, we're going to continue commissioning music. We have more marathons coming up, which we'll talk about later. But this is also your chance to help us help the world make more music.
And I'll just throw in the fact that some years ago, my radio station, WNYC, commissioned a piece for the Bang on a Can All-Stars, Donica Dennehy's Streetwalker, which the All-Stars still play to this day. So, it's a great thing when you hear that piece get its first performance. And it's even a better thing when you hear it played again a couple of years later and realize, oh, this piece has sort of grown into what it was supposed to be. It's a wonderful experience. So I'll be popping back in with some of the composers and performers at various points during the afternoon. And I should also mention there is a book coming out about you guys tomorrow, written by William Robin, and I'll be talking with him a little bit later to just talk a little bit about that book. So looking forward to that.
Cool. And I think we should let anyone know who's not in New York. In New York, John Schaefer is the towering messenger of all interesting music, but your show streams, right?
Right. People can hear New Sounds anywhere at newsounds.org.
So newsounds.org, you can catch John's show. He has one every night, I think 5 nights a week or
7
nights a week.
Oh,
yep.
Wow.
I miss a couple of those nights. I'm sorry.
So do I.
John, we were chatting just before we were live about how this time period is different for you. And I was saying, well, I guess you're kind of virtual most of the time, but of course it's very different because you have a community of people, actually a block from where I live. WNYC is just a block up the street. How is this time strange or different for you?
Well, it is strange. We're all working from home, and as difficult and sometimes annoying as that can be, it also has advantages because, in normal circumstances, I can only do live performances with musicians who come into the studio. But in the past year, we've been doing live sessions with musicians from virtually, all over the world, from countries in Europe, from South America, from Japan. It's from different parts of the United States. So, one of the things I think we're going to learn from this experience is that there are things we can take away from the adjustments that we've made that we're going to want to keep with us. And, the three of you having moved so much of this music making online, you may find that this is something you want to continue, for your global audience, so that people don't have to come to places like Merkin Hall to hear this music live. So, when this is all said and done, I think we will find little bits and pieces of these adjustments that we're going to want to keep with us.
I think that's right. And there is that incredible silver lining, of course, in the midst of a horrifying moment and so much tragedy. There are these little silver moments and silver linings. And it also applies to the audience. So, for example, for all these marathons, people are listening. So we've also had the same experience. We can have someone in their kitchen in France or something. You're seeing them in their home environment. But the listeners are also from Brazil or, God knows what, just really from all over the place. And Kenny Savilson, who's our executive director, is keeping track, and will say, well, there are like 5 people in Sydney listening right now, or something like that. You can kind of see the widespread of, the breadth of the listenership.
And it's a great thing because in radio, we've been streaming for years now. So, I'll get listener comments from Tehran, and places that I would find very difficult to visit. And yet there we are being heard pretty regularly by people who have an internet connection. So, that's something that has been around for a while, but that we, I think, are learning to use in new ways and to appreciate the possibilities of it.
One of the things that we do with John, just started a couple of years ago, is our summer festival that we hold every year at Mass MoCA. John has started I don't know, what do we call it officially, John?
It's the Young Writers Workshop, I guess, to go with the young musicians and the young composers workshops that you do there.
Yeah, the last few years we've had 4 young journalists
each year.
And each year, yeah, and they come the last 10 days of the festival and interview people and blog and get a feeling of really being inside this chaotic, wonderful 3-week session that we do at Mass MoCA every summer, which ends with a festival called Loud Weekend.
Mm-hmm. And that's an important part of the ecosystem. It's not just the composers and the musicians. You need people to get the word out and to kind of support what's being done in theaters and in clubs and on stages and online, so that you can, the whole thing with Bang on a Can is you've always been about reaching as broad an audience with this music as possible. And so, having journalists, having writers who know the music, who know that community and who are invested in it I think it's a really important part of the process of bringing this music to more people.
And honestly, you're the first person that came to mind when we've been thinking about this for years, about putting this together, just because of your curiosity. That's probably number one, your curiosity and love of music. And it's an important relationship. It's not like what can I say? The relationship between critic and artist is a complicated one and often very, very distant, sometimes for good reasons, but there's something very important about engaging and asking questions and really going into depth in understanding the work and what's gone into the work, where it's come from, how it's generated, what the influences are. And so to have these young writers come and interface directly with the musicians, directly with the composers, I think it was our hope that there would be a richer engagement and a richer conversation than what is normally a little bit more distanced, So this was exciting, under your leadership's really.
Well, I mean, I was, when the three of you asked, I thought it was, I was really pleased to be asked because, one of the difficulties, and you'll remember from your early days, is that, when there were critical reviews of new music concerts, they were often by writers and critics who were of a previous generation and maybe didn't fully understand what the meaning or what the intention of this music was. And to have critics who have grown up, writers who have grown up in the same generation as the musicians and the composers who are making the music is really important, so that everybody is speaking the same kind of cultural language as well as the same musical one.
I also just think it's important that everybody feels that we're part of the same ecosystem,
Yeah.
Like when you're a composer, you're trying to imagine a better world with kind of a music in it, and the performer wants that better world, and the writer wants that better world, and the more everyone talks to each other, I think the more you can build that world.
Yeah, I agree.
think we can talk, John. I think we can talk to you for 4 hours. We could do a marathon just chatting with you, but we have 16 premieres.
Yep.
There are musicians all over the world. We were talking about the global reach. And we're starting off with a piece by an Uzbeki composer. Actually, we're going to be speaking with Jahangir Shukur in just a bit from Tashkent. He'll be speaking with us from Tashkent. He's written a new bass piece for Robert Black. It's commissioned by Liz and Greg Lutz and Pamela Drexler, our friends in California. Liz and Greg, hi, we remember that nice tea we had in that tea house in San Francisco with you. Let us know, our friends in California, let us know how this early start time is. I know it's like, I don't know if anyone's awake yet. I hope you woke up to see this. But we are going to Robert Black in Hartford, Connecticut, and to hear the world premiere of Potter's Wheel by Jahangir Shukur. And then we'll be speaking with both Robert and Jahangir, and John will be back during the course of this doing interviews, but I don't think we're going to see you again directly. So it's been
Well, yeah, a little bit later when we bring Will in.
I'm gonna cry.
And, and let's go to Robert Black in Hartford, Connecticut, and hear some music. Hear the first of 16 premieres, and let's go. Hello. Wow.
Hey.
That was just amazing.
That was really beautiful.
What a great way to
All
start
the way
the
from
day.
Tashkent.
Well, no, all the way from Hartford.
Oh, yes, you're right. Via Tashkent. Yes, you're right.
But one thing we're doing differently today than we've done in the past is that, you know, these commissions and these performances have been a lot of matchmaking, finding people, you know, composers in one place and performers in another place. And we decided that today, as much as possible, we're going to try to see both the composer and the performer. So that means we're going to be able to talk to both of them about what it was like to work together. But it also means, due to the vagaries of the way the internet works, that we're going to have to kill a little time here after each performance. So while we're waiting for Robert to put down his bass and wipe off his brow, and while we're waiting for Jahangir to comb his hair, and you know, so that's something that's going to happen all day.
Well, while we're waiting, I just want to thank Liz and Greg Lutz again, and Pamela Drexler for commissioning that piece. I want to thank everyone who's bought a ticket today. I want to thank everyone who's awake. Let us know what you think about this early start time. And to everyone who hasn't bought a ticket, thank you in advance for buying a ticket later during the course of this. It's really great support for musicians, composers all over the world, keeping the music alive. We're so happy to start this. Oh wow, yes, we have people.
Jahangir,
Yes,
Oh,
congratulations.
Jahangir, nice to see you.
that was
Robert.
beautiful.
Hey, John here, everybody. Nice to see you all.
Hello,
Well,
Michael.
while we're waiting,
Hello,
I
Julia.
just want to thank Liz and Greg Lutz
Oh,
again.
someone's recording is on there.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
that's okay. We got it. That was
Today.
that was absolutely fantastic. So beautiful. Such a beautiful piece. Did you guys
As
go
a part
back
of
and forth? You know, in collaborating.
this, it's a really great support for
Someone's recording is someone's, yeah.
all of
Yeah, yes.
keeping the music alive.
Okay. This is
Sorry.
Okay. You know, technology is very confusing.
We can't have both on at the same time, right? The feedback as well, but we're good.
Yeah.
So anyway, what I was asking was, you know, Jahangir, you wrote this piece for Robert. I know you know Robert. I believe Robert's been to Tashkent at least a few times. How was the process of making the piece with Robert?
So thank you very much one more, and hello also to Robert, and thank you very much for your fantastic performing. Yes, the idea of this piece is very simple, and I will try to talk very shortly about it. And Robert is he's a very close friend of Omnibus Ensemble from Uzbekistan, and we invited him to our projects several times. Each time before the rehearsal, he begins individual practice, gradually changing the technique of the left and right hands, and begins to reproduce different sounds on the double bass, and double bass gradually turning into another instrument with amazing sonic colors. I always follow this moment with great interest, and because at this moment you can visit the world of new sound of Robert Black. When I got a letter with offer to write a new piece for Robert, I simply divide into his sound world, and to try to build one of the possible structures out of these sounds. That's why I would say that this piece was written more personally for Robert than just for double bass, I think.
It sounds like it. It sounds like you know him and you know how to make him sound good, you know. Sometimes I couldn't tell if he was a bass player or if he was a drummer. You know?
Maybe, yeah. Yes, because Robert has very wide repertoire, and there is not just string, piece for string, also piece for body of double bass. That's why I was really impressed by it.
Yeah, and Jahangir and I, we had several, or maybe 2 or 3 different Zoom rehearsals.
Yeah.
He'd sent me the score, and then we had a rehearsal where we fleshed this out. But in another sense, the collaboration goes back, 15, 20 years ago? So it's been a long time in the process of actually putting this piece together. I did a lecture at the Tashkent, or the State Conservatory in Tashkent a few months ago that Jahangir invited me to. And one of the questions from one of the people one of the participants was if I had any repertoire from Central Asian composers. And sadly I said no, because that was true. But now that's not true. I have Jahangir's piece.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, now you're ready to go back.
Absolutely, anytime, in a minute.
Jahangir, tell us a little bit about the Omnibus Ensemble and your music in Tashkent right now.
Music in Tashkent, music situation in Tashkent is getting better and better. Now everything is getting better in the country. Concert halls have recently opened. Orchestra have started to giving concert, and we hope to the best. And about Omnibus Ensemble, we have a lot of projects, also online projects. We have a lot of projects with young composers, with young performers, and especially very big event for us in this year is that the Nonching Festival invited to us to celebrate its anniversary. In October of this year, the festival turns 100 years old, and now we are preparing new concert program with fantastic young composers from different countries, and it's our plan for this year.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Michael, you're muted.
Thank you.
I saw your lips move, and I was very curious what you were saying.
You have to learn how to read lips. Please say hello to all our friends in the Omnibus Ensemble and in Tashkent. And I want to remind everyone that Robert, you've been really busy online since the pandemic has started, right? And we should remind people about your First Friday concerts.
Yeah, the pandemic, you know.
Actually,
it
Robert, come a little closer to the mic, just
okay.
A hair.
The pandemic was really a big shift for all of us because all of a sudden every concert, all the concert activity just stopped almost instantly, and so you know we were all musicians were left wondering, what am I going to do? And then when Bang on a Can started the marathons, that planted the seed. I went, oh, you know, I've been playing solo double bass concerts for decades. Maybe I could do a series of those. So that got me started with the First Friday. So between the marathons and doing these concerts every first Friday of the month, I'm as busy as I've ever been. So it's been a real kind of a reorientation, but I've kind of flipped the switch, so to speak.
Fantastic. And maybe I should also add that I think we mentioned earlier in our chat with John Schaefer that we had a relationship to musicians in Uzbekistan, in Kyrgyzstan, various countries in the region. It was such an important relationship because as you, Jahangir, came to us and performers, instrumentalists came to us, we learned so much about that world of music, about these amazing instruments that I personally hadn't been familiar with before. And so the interfacing of those traditional instruments, those traditional Uzbeki instruments with the Western instruments really made a kind of magic for all of us. So both your music as well as the performers, we're so, I guess, just so grateful to have had that. And we hope to bring it back again. I mean, we haven't had it in a few years, but we really do hope to be able to, again, we'll call you just to fuse this, you know, infuse our Summer Institute again with the amazing music from the region.
Yeah, okay, thank you. We also hope.
Okay, a big hug to you, Jahangir, and to you, Robert, and thank you so much for this new piece. And we're going to hear a new work now by Jennifer Walshe called Happiness Starts Right Now. The piece is commissioned by Richard Ferrante. Thank you so much, Richard. We really appreciate the support. And this piece is, the performance on this piece is pre-recorded. So just letting you know that, but we will be speaking with Jenny Walshe live right after the performance. So bye and kudos to Jahangir and Robert on that great piece. And here we go to Jennifer Walshe and her piece, Happiness Starts Right Now.
Okay.
Time was you'd go to mass once a week and be bored out of your mind. Said prescription for a simple task. Happiness starts right now. You'd go to Mass and completely veg out, completely veg out. She says it was good for people to switch off like that. Happiness starts right now. I said happiness starts right now. And now you have the problem that people can't switch off, stressed out of their minds, and they can't even go to Mass. She said, but you can go to work forever. You can go to work forever. You can work from home 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 forever. You must work from home forever. You will work from home forever. Happiness starts right now. Happiness starts right now.
Thank you, Jennifer Walshe.
That was really
Beautiful
beautiful.
performance.
That was great. And Jenny will be joining us very soon, I think, any moment. But first, thanks to Richard Ferrante for commissioning that new work. And thank you for everyone who's bought a ticket today. Um, so we just chatted with Jenny earlier in the week, and you guys are good at filling the space, right?
Well, there's an interesting transition because the
I'm not
performer
the
has
chatter.
just done a show and then they have to kind of reorient and get onto this platform. And here she comes. I think something's happening now where she's joining us.
Yay.
And there she is after a beautiful performance.
That was really beautiful.
So Jenny's still connecting to audio, I think. Jenny, can you hear us? Looks like not quite yet.
I'm going to call my next piece Connecting to Audio, I think.
It's great.
I think there are 2 or 3 pieces already with that title, David.
Yeah, probably. So, but.
Okay, I think she's connected in.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you so much for being a part of it.
That was so beautiful.
Oh, thanks very much.
Where are you speaking to us from?
I'm in London. So yeah, like pretty locked down situation. I hear you have like restaurants and stuff open again in New York. Things are opening up a little bit.
Things are opening up.
That's
good.
Bit.
We've
Although mostly people are sitting outside of cafes in the freezing cold with a little heater above them.
Yeah.
You guys have that too?
No, nothing. You can only get takeout. Like that's it. So and you're not supposed to have, a stranger in your garden, and you're not supposed to meet up with more than one other person to go for a walk. So it's I look forward to the frozen patio heaters. That will be great.
Come and join us.
How has that impacted what you do, and related to the creation of this piece in particular? But how has this moment been for you?
I can't complain in that I'm not a frontline worker. So I know there's people who have had people in the hospitals have had like a tremendously difficult year, and even just people working in supermarkets. I'm just in that same massive people who are all working from home, a little bit bored out of their mind, and then also having to manage just the stuff that happens when a year passes, like people in your family passing away and having to watch a funeral on YouTube instead of being able to be present at it, or trying to comfort a friend and not being able to hug them, or so those sort of things. The longer this goes on, the longer the more chances for the normal things that happen even outside of COVID, and then having to deal with them through that. So it's to be honest, I think within the music community, I think the people I feel have really been affected most are young artists, or people who are just getting going, because most people like myself who've been doing it for a while, we have enough projects to get on with. We're all secretly relieved not to have to travel so much, but I think if you're a student or if you're just sort of getting going, and that could be an artist at any age, all of a sudden everything's been on pause for a year, and that's really tough, really, really tough for people.
Tell us about Happiness Starts Right Now and the creation of it. And I know you said you're a little bored, and I heard you're a little bored at Mass too. So
no, the text, that was really something that a doctor in Ireland once said to me about. She was saying, like, she was basically saying, you'd go to Mass and you just veg out and people would switch off. She said they do absolutely nothing for half an hour, and I think that was good for people. It was relaxing, and so that stuck with me. And the way I work is I collect loads of little bits of text from all over the place, and I write my own text as well, and I'm collecting musical ideas. And so then when I'm working on a piece, I'm sort of searching through lots of text and trying to sew things together, so that sort of vocal mode tied together with this tied together with the text from the doctor, as well as text about working from home forever. And then the very end of it, I've even got little field recordings from a family member who has chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder, so is a super high risk COVID individual who I'm very privileged that she got on board with my career very early and has been making field recordings and sending them to me, for the last 20 years. So I wanted to put those in there as a little nod to that.
It's amazing.
One of the things I really like about your work is that you embody these characters also, that you take them in and they become part of you. I mean, I've only seen you perform live once, and that was a very long time ago at the Hadiamas Festival.
Okay.
And I remember thinking that, this is you were like a lightning rod or something, you were like a courageous locus of all of this energy and these stories. And so it must be interesting to not just sing the things and write the things, but also to be the things.
Thanks very much for a compliment for a performance a long time ago. But I mean, for me, I don't think of like with my voice, I don't think of it as a static, stable instrument. I think of it something that changes all the time. So I'm one of those people that if I hear somebody with a strange, way of speaking, I'm like trying to hear them and imitate it and even record it and like do it myself. And I was talking to an Irish broadcaster about this, and I was saying like sometimes I wonder if it's an intrinsically Irish thing. Irish people can't just tell you a story; they have to relate all the speech from the story, and they put on the voices as they do that. So it's very normal for you to sort of imitate people, not in a mean way, but just literally because that's how you convey information, by relating speech. So nobody will ever say, I went to the doctor and they told me to take antibiotics. They'll say, I went to the doctor and he said to me, listen to me now, what he said to me. He said to me, listen to me, you need to take those antibiotics. And so you sort of get used to sort of hearing voices all like that. And so for me, you have to go into them. It's a form of intonation, like it's trying to find how they resonate. So, I enjoy it, I have to say.
Beautiful.
I'm lucky.
And Jennifer, what brought you to this art? Like, did you sing when you were younger? Did you write texts? I mean, or how did you find this way to this very unique performance that you do?
Well, to be honest, I feel it all seemed terribly confusing when you're younger because you're interested in lots of different things, and sometimes the educational systems that you're in don't quite know how to connect those things up. So you're going to I was talking to somebody earlier today and I said I remember going to like a reading of a student work, and I was reading David Foster Wallace and listening to Radiohead, which really dates me back to the late 90s. But I never would have talked about the fact that I was reading that book or listening to that music at this new music, workshop reading. So I think there's been steadily there's been, since before I was born, there's been more of a push for people to try and connect these different parts up, these disparate parts, and not just write music that's for one genre or something like that. So, and I was lucky in that I had great teachers, along the way who encouraged me to connect these things and not feel they were disparate. And I mean, that just partly, it's also just the way I'm wired. When I go to a concert, I can't switch off unless I just really just close my eyes and sit there. I'm taking in the textual information and the visual information, and that's affecting the whole thing. That's just how I'm built, So I feel really lucky that now you're able to make pieces with video and make pieces with, the internet or technology, because sort of when I was in college in the 90s, that was sort of inaccessible, whereas now it's really common. For example, composers work with video all the time, because most of them have a phone, so therefore they always have a camera of some sort. So I think there's been a change, in the overall way we make music. And I think the education system is going to actually have to change in the next 5-10 years to catch up with that.
That's a nice idea, that the education system has to catch up. Vernacular in the sense, that we've moved ahead of education. We'll soon be teaching the teachers right after, Jenny, it's fascinating to talk to you. I wish we could stay here all day. We've got, thank you so much for your new work.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me.
It's great. It was great to have you.
For commissioning it. We're moving just to the other side of London to Chichi Nwanoku, who's playing a new piece called Pending by Maria Sigfusdottir. And so anytime, Jody, you're ready, we can move on to Chi-Chi and hear Pending by Maria Sigfusdottir. So thanks so much, Jenny. And
thanks very much. Thanks.
It was beautiful. That was the beautiful piece called Pending by Maria Huldmark and Sigfusdottir, and performed by the incredible Chichi Wanaku. So this is, I don't know where everybody is. Maria is in Iceland. and Chichi is in London, I think, and soon they will join us. So the way we're doing the conversation, this marathon, different from other conversations, is we're trying to talk to the people afterwards, which means it's going to take them like a second to put down their instrument, get into the room, and get into the Zoom room and talk to us. So
yeah, and everybody, you know, we're basically covering all of the tech. As you know, we just connected with Uzbekistan and London and Iceland soon, and we're all over the world, all over the country, and we're basically just chatting it up. So if there's too much chat, go get a coffee. And here we have our guests, Chichi and Maria. Welcome.
Hi,
Maria.
What an amazing performance of a beautiful piece.
Beautiful piece, beautiful performance.
Thank you. Thanks very much. We weren't able to get my microphone working, so you heard the raw sound without any kind of amplification. So we managed to get it last week when we did the sound test, but today it just wouldn't work. But thank you, Maria, for this piece. It's really growing on me each time I go back to it. Something else happens. Was it vaguely or anywhere near what you had in mind?
Yeah, it is. It's interesting because it's like a nod to a piece that I did almost 10 years ago called Sleeping Pendulum, which is a solo piece for Baroque violin. And because I sometimes get really tired of working within the environment of the computer notation.
Yes.
So my idea was to kind of handwriting a piece, so there is like a more direct link from me as a composer to the one playing, because each stem can be brought out, or the spacing of it as well, because there's no bar lines. So it's more indicating the flow in the handwriting. So that was the idea. So it's called pending, kind of in the same way as Sleeping Pendulum. So it's also connecting with how everything is pending right now.
Yeah, we are in a state of constant pending at the moment. And, you know, actually, I think I went faster than I was expecting to go. And that was because I was, you know, adrenaline. You know, it's, we should have had a little session beforehand, but it's very moving. I love those moments where it just rests on a single note. Just coming back and resting on a single note. And, you know, for somebody who's used to playing always strictly to be, you know, to be given, you know, nothing, you know, just to be given that freedom is quite intimidating in a way, you know, when you've been so strictly kind of boxed for the most of your life, you know. So it's really quite liberating, actually.
And Chichi, that's so beautiful to hear you say that, because that's part of what we were hoping, that there's some sort of new experience that you guys, I believe you didn't know each other before.
No, this is the first time we've met.
First time we met, different countries, you know, different, somewhat different musical worlds. Obviously, there must be some interlap in the diagram, but and what will happen, and will you get a new experience of this idea that you're saying of this kind of freer notation, and then Maria thinking about writing for you. So anyway, that's really exciting.
I think we linked you together because you both had the best names.
Oh, well, there's always a good reason for something. Great, thank you. Thanks so much. Well, Maria, I hope to hear some more of your music at some point, and to play more of your music, and I will look out for you now.
Thank you so much, Chichi and Maria. And Chichi, I don't know if you remember, we met with the Orchestra of the Age of Enlightenment when Peter Wieland did my bassoon concerto.
Right. Yeah. You know, that's I remember you looked so familiar. You know, I was talking about you just yesterday, and And I realize it's the same person. But that was that was such a traumatic time for me. I don't know if you're aware, but
Well, we had a few conversations during
yeah,
that.
I don't play with them anymore. It was after 30 years of being othered and bullied, and it was just awful. And that was one of the last things I did,
Well,
actually. And I was so touched because when you walked off the stage, you gave me your flowers.
that's right.
I'll never forget that. It wasn't a bass concerto; it was a bassoon concerto. So yeah, that was a very, very difficult time after 30 years with that orchestra that I founded. But my legacy now is the Chineke Orchestra that I'm running, and
And we're so fascinated by that, and want to now learning all of the new work you're doing. We've been following it, and
thank you.
Want to stay in touch about that and learn more about how you're moving forward. It's
Yeah.
really exciting.
Yeah, well,
And the Chineke Orchestra is focused on classical musicians of color, or
yes, it's majority. And so, I've got all the players from the LSO, LPO, Philharmonic, they're all banging on my door wanting to play because they all want to demonstrate that they want to see change happening. And in their own orchestras, they're not seeing it. And so, they come and play with us sometimes. It's majority black, but there's every other color under the sun and nationality. And same with the junior orchestra, and it's so refreshing. And I've commissioned 12 new works in 5 years by living black composers, and some of them have been played. Hannah Kendall, Daniel Cadane have been played over in America, and it's been a revelation. I'd never played a piece of music by a black composer before, I was never taught that Samuel Coleridge Taylor existed, and all these people, so it's been a huge learning curve for me as well as all of those people who need to know that classical music is for them as much as anybody else. And we've got some, we launched Sheku, for example. I was told that black people weren't any good at classical music, and along came Sheku when he was 16, and
Right.
and he's doing well, isn't he? And we've sort of proved that it's just not true. It's ridiculous.
well, we're hoping we're all back together in the same
I
room
hope.
sometime soon, making music together, and we hope to stay in touch with you and Maria in Iceland. And thank you so much for the new piece.
I have two things to say.
Yes.
Okay, Maria, you have a record that just came out of very beautiful choral music.
Yeah.
And one of the ways that people know about Icelandic music, it seems like every single person in Iceland is a composer.
Yeah.
And there's a wonderful record label, Sona Luminous, which has put out so many great recordings of Icelandic music, which is really incredible. So your record is very beautiful.
Wow.
Thank you.
I must look for that.
Thank you.
And the last thing I want to say is we would be remiss to not say that this piece was premiered by the Meyer family in honor of Carl Meyer, who was commissioned by, that's right, commissioned by the Meyer family. So Carl Meyer was someone who was a big music lover and came to Bang on a Can concerts and many others. And this was a way of them honoring his memory, was to commission this piece from you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's great to see you all, and I just wish you all the best coming out of this mess, the pandemic.
Yeah.
And now that, good luck with your new president, and good luck.
It's all uphill. It's all uphill from here.
Yes.
And go further down. Yeah, hopefully.
We're moving on. We've got a great interview that John Schaefer taped with Gabriel Kahane and our fantastic Bang on a Can All-Stars cellist, Arlen Plusko. So let's go to that video. And we got 13 more premieres coming up today. And
I hope to see you another time. Thank you,
We
Mike.
hope so too.
To
To both of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Coming up next on the Bang on a Can Marathon is the premiere of a new work by Gabriel Kahane, to be played by Arlen Lusko. You will know Arlen as the cellist in the Bang on a Can All-Stars. She's joining us from somewhere in Ontario. And Gabe is joining us from Portland, Oregon. It's good to see the two of you.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Gabe, your piece is called Hollywood and Vine. Not the first time that you have written specifically about LA, and even more specifically about various points in LA. What's going on with this piece?
Well, as I was confessing to Arlen in one of our little therapy sessions, every time I get asked to write a piece of instrumental concert music, I'm sort of fighting the fact that I sort of live most naturally as a songwriter, but I have this other career writing concert music. And often I have had the experience of writing a piece of concert music and it's sort of formal and full of thickets of chromaticism and barbs. And then the person who's commissioned it says, wait, I thought I was getting Gabriel the songwriter. And of course, there's this kind of crisis in the 21st century where the harmonic language that feels natural as a songwriter, when you translate it to concert music, sometimes feels retrograde. And this is a short piece in which I've tried to really honor my roots as a songwriter, and there are little allusions that sort of feel like sort of the harmonic language that I associate with Laurel Canyon and with Elliott Smith. And Hollywood and Vine, of course, is an iconic intersection and district essentially in LA. So that's sort of where this came from. And speaking of that harmonic language, it spawned a series of conversations that Arlen and I have been having about how to find the sort of voice and sound on the cello that feels more vernacular and less, 19th century romantic.
Or 18th century Baroque suite.
Right.
Yeah. So, Arlen, what are those conversations? I mean, this is one of the great things about working with living composers is you can have those conversations, and they don't always have to be about the nuts and bolts of the score. They can be more broadly about music in general. How useful is that to you as a performer?
So useful. I mean, especially during this time, I feel like the only real collaboration we can have as performers is with composers. And so it's so invigorating and fun to work with different composers who, I mean, Gabriel is the first composer I've worked with that comes from a more folk songwriting background. And so I've been listening to a lot of his music and trying to emulate that sound more on the cello. And it's just a really fun exploration to get into that world.
Yeah. Were you at all a fan of the Laurel Canyon or Elliott Smith, both of whom would be before your time, but, how much awareness of that kind of songwriting do you have?
I love Elliott Smith. I used to be obsessed and I would listen to his records on repeat for like 3 years. So I actually just learned that connection right now as Gabriel was talking about it, but I'm really happy to hear that. And I'm going to be looking out for more of that as I get to know his piece.
Yeah. So, Gabe, this is a score that Arlen will have just gotten. Are there any surprises in there that you need to prepare her for?
I don't think so. I think it's as I get older and near 40, I just feel
I ought to smack you. Older, near 40.
Well, I just feel kind of less and less fussy and less precious, and more embracing this idea of music for use. And I don't mean that as a hedge, but I remember something that my friend and colleague Nico Muley has talked about for years of just this idea, is it preferable to silence? And hopefully sometimes silence is preferable. But I think this is music that feels like I'm not trying to be anyone other than who I am. There's no pose in it, and I hope that there's also a lot of room in there for Arlen to kind of make it her own.
Yeah, and that idea of music as an art form that can have some utility, that's not a new idea. I mean, music has always had a use, and the idea of, the composer with a capital C sort of creating something out of nothing in his, and it was always a him, his little ivory tower in 19th century Germany or whatever. That's the outlier. The idea that you've just talked about, music that people can have some use for, is a really powerful and very deeply ingrained part of humans making music.
Yeah. I mean, I think in this context, when I say music for use, I really mean like something for Arlen to play.
To play, yes. Well, that is a useful thing for a cellist, to have a piece for cello to play. Arlen, have you done a lot? Is there a lot of contemporary solo cello music that you've come across that has really spoken to you?
I would say that I just keep becoming more and more aware of more and more of it. So I think there's a lot out there because I'm still discovering, and hopefully I'll be discovering and making for many years. But yeah, there's quite a bit out there.
All right.
And lots of different styles. So there's something for everyone.
And now there's one more piece, and we're about to hear its world premiere performance. Arlen Lusko playing Gabriel Kahane's work called Hollywood and Vine.
have to unmute.
That was really beautiful. Okay. That was Hollywood and Vine by Gabriel Kahane, performed by Arlen Flusco. And that, like everything else on this program, was a world premiere. It was commissioned by our longtime friends and board members, Raleigh Marcus and Stephen Block. So thank you.
Thank you, Raleigh and Stephen. And what a beautiful combination.
So
These two artists had never met before. And so that's one of the really exciting things about these commissions is taking an incredible artist like Gabe Kahane, putting in with an incredible performer like Arlen Flusco, and the magic that comes out of that. So that's one of the great joys for us.
There's a lot of matchmaking going on here.
Very good. And a lot of great people in California. Hi, Raleigh. Hi, Stephen. I hope you guys are awake.
We hope so too. So anyway, so now we're really happy we're going into a performance by the great horn player David Bird-Marrow, a new piece by Gregory Spears, A Distant Ridge of Earth, commissioned by another longtime Bang on a Can friend, Herb Leventer. And after this performance, Greg and David are both going to come back onto the show. We're going to talk to them. But right now, we're going to go right to that performance. So enjoy A Distant Ridge of Earth, Gregory Spears, performed by David Bird-Marrow.
Hey, welcome.
Yay.
Amazing.
That was beautiful. That was a new piece by Gregory Spears, played by David Bird Marrow. So A Distant Ridge of Earth. That was really beautiful. So thank you very much. So the first thing I have to ask in this is, everybody's broadcasting from their homes. So David, that's not your house, is it? That you're broadcasting from there? So tell me you don't have a giant concert hall, next to your kitchen between your laundry room and your whatever.
I was busy last summer, so I did put in a lot of time doing certain things, but that wasn't one of them.
It's really beautiful.
Where were you?
That's actually the recital hall at the Lamont School of Music at the University of Denver.
Oh, and is that where you are, or?
Yeah, so I've been teaching horn there for now 1.5 years, and I was able to, amidst all the chaos, be able to steal some moments there and record there, for the acoustics and also the nice visual. It looked nice.
Beautiful, yes.
Beautiful, and it sounded so beautiful. So it was really great. So Greg, that was gorgeous. That was really nice. So, and I was thinking about, I know you as the composer of these, kind of, beautiful and heartfelt and, really smart and emotional operas like Fellow Travelers, whatever. But I can't remember a solo piece of yours. So what was that like to kind of switch gears?
Well, it was great. It was great to get a chance to write something for just one player, and then there's this, of course, the organ, pre-recorded organ as well.
Well, you cheated a little bit, yeah. So
that's right. But I wanted to think a lot about, it was really great to be able to think a lot about a single instrument, and the horn for me has always been sort of mysterious in the way it can evoke distance. And David and I talked a lot, he talked me through a lot of different techniques, playing stopped horn, playing with multiphonics, quarter tones. And so for me, it became a sort of story about the instrument, I think. And that's A Distant Ridge of Earth is a quote from Thoreau, where Thoreau in his chapter on sounds in Walden is talking about the way in which sounds, actually he's talking about how a distant ridge of earth looks different through the atmosphere to the eye, and how sounds are the same way as they travel over distances. And for me, the horn picks up a certain kind of melancholy when it evokes a distance. And of course, we all know the melancholy of distance these days. And so for me, it became a way literary in that way, or dramatic in that way. So maybe that ties it back to my practice in opera.
So Greg, I'm really happy you mentioned the interaction between you and David, because not everybody, and of course in our little world of musicians, we all know how valuable that is and how that works. But for the general public, it's not always clear how these things come about, and that David is coming to you and showing you his repertoire of sound and the things that he's so deeply developed. Of course, for all of us, that's like the most fun. Like, oh, what do you got? What can you do with this instrument? And then some are right for you and some aren't. But just that process of creating a piece emerges out of that conversation of his expertise and your curiosity, both your curiosity for that matter, together, I think is very informative to the general public.
Yeah, it was great, and David sent me a recording of a session he'd had with another composer where he went through all the different sounds, and as well as a recent recital with some of David, your own pieces were in fact really inspiring as well. So yeah, that was great. I thought about that too, the distance of collaboration over thousands of miles, and the distance of the horn, and so yeah, it was great. And it was quick and fun to do something quickly, and you knew it was going to happen, and it's very gratifying. So thank you, and thank you, David, for gorgeous playing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And David, you are somebody who makes your own music, and you do work with a lot of other composers. So how is it different working with somebody or working just with yourself?
Well, I think the main difference is, I think there's still, even now, a lot of things that the horn can do that composers still aren't really aware of. you know, even in 2021. And I think, you know, a lot of my recent compositions have been sort of engaging that part of the things that we know as horn players we can do, but haven't really become commonplace or tools in the compositional tool belt. And I'm just trying to now sort of like make what might seem weird a little bit more normal, and really fully I don't know, give the horn more depth as an instrument, because you know it's simultaneously a silly sort of like mutant instrument, but then it's also really beautiful. I mean, we know how beautiful it can be, but it's got all these nooks and crannies and tricks that we can kind of do that are compositionally really effective and not really used that much. You know, when I was working with Greg, I encouraged him, you know, he was asking for quarter tones, and I encouraged him to make those actually just pure harmonics that are lowered or raised. And for me, you know, the horn vibrates a different way when you're doing that versus just lowering or raising a pitch. And it strikes a different tone. It's almost more, you know, human. It's like, I don't know, I always think of like groaning in a way, like, you know, I'm also singing into the instrument, so that might come off as a groan. But like the pure harmonics, they imitate the human voice in a way that against especially a harmonic palette that Greg set up, really, I don't know. I think it is expressive in a way that is unlike you know, something that a lot of other instruments can do. So I really try to, that's just another example of what I try to get composers to lean towards. It's like what the horn can naturally do, and even though it might be kind of strange, you know, let's go with it kind of thing.
Thank you so much, Greg, and thank you so much, David. And Greg, congratulations on Fellow Travelers and all the success that's had. It's such a beautiful piece.
Oh, thanks.
We're moving on to Molly Barth, who's about to play a new piece by Christina Wolfe called "Listening to the Wind." Molly is, I think, in Nashville, and let's go and hear yet another world premiere. And thanks so much, Greg and David.
Beautiful playing.
Bravo, Greg.
It was really beautiful.
Fantastic. Oh my gosh, that was
Fantastic.
really
Well,
That
Molly
was,
Barth just
feat.
killed that, right?
yeah, that
Was
was
that?
incredible.
Yeah.
Christina Wolfe, Listening to the Wind, performed by Molly Barth. We're going to see them both in just a second. That was really unbelievable. So,
And thanks everyone for buying tickets and supporting the show. 16 new pieces, and I think, hi.
Welcome, Christina.
hey there, Christina.
Christina, you're muted.
You're
So you
muted
want to
still.
unmute?
I'm unmuted now.
Yes.
Okay, that's really good.
And we'll start, but we're waiting for Molly Barth, and she'll be joining us, and she probably has to catch her breath. You know.
Yeah.
I think I just saw Vanderbilt where she
Where
is.
are you, Christina?
I'm in Holmfirth in the north of England.
Tell us about working on this new piece.
Well, it was amazing to work with Molly. I mean, watching her, she's amazing. Oh my God. Well, we worked very collaboratively where we kind of tried to emphasize the process of working together as equally important as the result in a way. So like we met like between 1 and 2 times a week, and I would bring her some really rough stuff sometimes, and then she would be very nice about that, and she would just try it out, and then I would see what she thought about it, and then we would come up with our next goal for the next meeting, and then we would work like that back and forth until pretty much about the deadline. And
I see where Molly is. I don't know if she's logged in, if Molly can hear us or not yet, but looks like she hasn't gotten. There she is.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, well, so Molly is actually tuning in right from where she was playing. Can you hear us, Molly?
I can. Hello.
Oh, that was amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Hi.
You're Olympian, Olympiad, whatever the adjective might be that relates to Olympic athletics.
It was a really fun experience working with Christina.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Well, the
I
title,
love watching your mouth because
Yeah.
the embouchure had such a range of motion, I guess, in order to create the sound worlds you're working on.
Right. It was just really fun because Christina would send me these little audio samples of birds' wings or that sort of thing, and then we'd talk about how to replicate those on the flute. So it was really neat to just experiment with her and see what was possible. And Christina, you were just so wonderful to work with because it seemed like throughout this collaborative process, you were so welcome to these new, like everything I did, you said, oh, how did you get that sound? I never felt inhibited. I always felt enabled by Christina's comments. It was always, how can I document what you just did? And how can we work together to make this piece a real, success for the festival? So it was really fun. And I can't wait to meet Christina in person someday.
Yeah, it has to happen.
That's the world we're in.
What a great addition to the repertoire. It just amazing.
Well, it was something that I was wondering about, Christina, because I know that your work is about listening to the world, and about nature and ambient sound. And so this, how was just paying attention to things that are real going to get converted into something that a flute player could play. So I'm glad to hear that that's how it went. So
yeah, it was that's how it went. And it was, and Molly was really helpful, and it was a huge honor to work with her. And
likewise, it was a huge honor for me to work with you, Christina, and to be part of this festival. It's something that I've it's been on my radar for so many years, and it's just such a wonderful thing that the three of you are doing. So thank you for doing this for the music world. It's just so amazing. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Molly.
Thank you.
Likewise, the honor to have you also, both of you present, is tremendous.
Thank you both so much. That was such a great performance, a great new piece. Great to be in touch with you, Christina, and just hear how your work is going. We're moving on. It's whole day 16 premieres. So the next one is by Amir El Safar, and it's going to be played by Ken Thompson, and we're going to have a little interview with them by John Schaefer, and we're going to that right now. So bravo again, brava.
Amazing.
Bravi, brave.
Brave.
Up next on the Bang on a Can Marathon, we'll hear the world premiere of a piece written by Amir El Safar for Ken Thompson. And Ken joining us from Berlin. Now, Ken, of course, you are a longtime fixture in the Bang on a Can universe as a member of the All-Stars. Have you worked with Amir before?
We've never worked together. No, that's why this has been really cool. I've certainly known about Amir's work for a long time, and we had a really nice connection that was fully digital, and discovered a lot of things that we have in common. In fact, including being about the same age. So it's been actually a really fun process to kind of get to know each other a little better, because I feel like we knew each other from a distance, kind of doing some similar work in different worlds. So it's actually been really fun to kind of meet on this level and get to really collaborate on something.
Now, Amir, the piece that you've written is called Thaw. Now, Ken was just talking about making a connection digitally, but that title, there's another connection, isn't there?
Yeah, there are several layers of connection, I suppose, which is why the word felt apt. And I think it's also the time that we're living in. Hopefully this is a thaw from the deep freeze that we've all been experiencing, living in isolation and so far apart from one another, and only having performances through digital means and seeing each other's faces through pixelated Zoom meetings, and not having physical contact and real quality eye contact. So in a sense, it's a hope that we're slowly re-emerging from this freeze. So that was part of the title, but also I think what I felt through Ken's music, the little bit that I heard, is there's kind of a melting quality, even the way he approaches his sound and the way that he composes and works with his other projects. So somehow listening to him, this word emerged. So, yeah.
And Ken, when you saw the name Thaw, what was your reaction?
My reaction was, hey, I've got a CD called that. Did you know that? So, yeah. Obviously, I like the word too, and it's quite cold right now, and it's a lot of snow everywhere for all of us, I think. So, so it's very apt for the time that we're actually in too, which is actually one of the things I love about this series of commissions, which is that people are writing for where we are, what we're doing right now, and how we're feeling right now, even though we're online.
So, Amir, I mean, we've talked in the past about your own roots in Middle Eastern music, leading your various ensembles, Two Rivers, which posits that, those different streams of Western and Eastern music can peacefully coexist and maintain their own identity at the same time. Does any of that weave itself into this new piece?
I think at this point, those elements that seemed, especially early on in my composition process, I'm talking 15 years ago when I first started Two Rivers, and there were sort of these edified traditions like jazz, maqam, classical music that seemed to kind of have their own trajectories. In my own understanding of those different forms of music, they've kind of started to meld together, and the differences between these musical languages is becoming more blurred. So while I'm incorporating microtones and certain elements of the maqam modal tradition in what I wrote for Ken, I'm not trying to impart a traditional taqsim
called Thaw by the composer Amir El Safar.
Hi, I'm Anthony Roth Costanzo, and I'm thrilled to be a part.
Oh, sorry. Amazing.
Tim Thompson playing Amir Al Safar.
That was great.
Hi, I'm back. Sorry, I had to turn. I'm watching Ken play Amir El Safar on that device, and I'm just returning back to this world where we're introducing new pieces. That was, as I think it's Michael mentioned, Ken Thompson, all the way from Berlin, playing a new work by Amir El Safar. Amazing collaboration. We're now moving to a different location. I think Bora is in Hawaii. I'm not.
The 3 ways to look at the ocean. The force of the ocean is a force you will never win, but at best, learn how to navigate. You can stand at the shore, staring into the horizon as the waves come in from sea, crashing in over and over again, coming at us all the time. Why won't they stop? It never stops. It never, ever stops. Or you can turn 90 degrees and see the ocean on a profile. How the floor slopes from deep to shallow, the crests and its troughs, how the moon affects the tide, and understand the whole. How to make it work for you, not against you. Or you can turn again. Now you're back to the ocean, staring at the sky, bobbing up and down with the waves, supported by the force of the ocean. And say, what waves? The force of the ocean is a force you shall never win, but at best, learn how to navigate.
Hello. Well, beautiful, beautiful performance by Bora Yoon, a world premiere. We believe that she was performing from Hawaii. We will find out shortly because Bora will be joining us. Um, Thank you, everyone who's bought a ticket so far. This is a free concert. We want everyone to have access to the music and to join us. But certainly, if you are able to buy a ticket, it helps tremendously. It keeps the thing going, helps support artists and making this all happen. So thank you to everyone for buying a ticket. I should also say that there are plenty of opportunities to commission new work. So if that's something that excites you, certainly have a nice long-time group of people that have brought new music into the world by commissioning work. And we welcome you to do that. Feel free to reach out to us and write to us if you're
And
interested.
we have another marathon on April 18th of all commissions coming up. So, unfortunately, we know that the pandemic has been very long and it is not yet over yet. So we're going to keep doing these. We're going to keep commissioning, keep paying musicians. Please help us out.
And here we are with Bora. I think we connected through the wires. Bora, what an amazing performance. So beautiful. You can hear me, right?
Yes, I can.
And I can hear you. Yes, okay.
Yay, we're all connected.
What a beautiful, fabulous piece. And it's so interesting also that as a performer, you get to stage. I mean, you are always theatrical and staging yourself in so many fascinating ways, but the lights are so gorgeous and just how you've set everything up. I just want to say that, but I also was just curious. I know your music is often immersive and soothing in really magical ways. Is there something, I hear you saying ocean about your location or also about this time period that inspired this new piece?
Yeah. Well, I just feel like what we're in right now, there's that saying that we're all in the same storm, but all in different boats. Like we're
You
all
know what, Bora?
kind
You're a tiny bit quiet. Is there a mic you can see a little closer to? I mean, we have to just work a little hard to hear. So let's see if we can get you a little closer.
We like you and we'd like more of you.
How about this? Does this work better?
It's better, yeah, but you might have to talk a little, just a hair louder, just to make sure we catch everything.
Okay, is this better?
100% better.
Much
Yeah,
better.
great.
Okay, rock on. Yeah, well, with the pandemic, there's that there's that phrase people have been saying about we're all in the same storm but in different boats, and I feel like this is just the metaphor of the ocean is something that I think I've always likened with life and just this kind of philosophy of like the way you look at the ocean. Like you could look at it front ways and see it always as something that's confronting you, that's always got something coming at you. Or you can educate yourself and kind of learn how the landscape goes and how to navigate it the best you can. Or in the best case scenario, like turn your back to it and be supported by the waves and just be part of it. And then at that point, you're not actually working against anything, you're working with all of, with what's at hand. And so, yeah, this time period really just kind of brought to light a lot of that metaphor of like this, it's something you're not going to be able to control or win or anything. It's a matter of like how to bend with it and how to move with it. Yeah, so it really it seemed apt for the moment right now of just how to, yeah, just the three different ways you can turn your body to either be supported by what's happening around you. Because I think after this time, performance and theater and everything is going to be really changed. And, to the post-pandemic life is going to be very different. And I'm excited that artists are, and that Bang is holding these types of forums, keeping it alive, and watching these performance mediums evolve over time. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to be a part of it.
Oh, well, it's fabulous. It's amazing. As you were talking, I had this flip back as to when I was a kid, and I remember going in the ocean, and my parents would say, "Don't if you feel the tide pull, don't fight it, because if you fight the tide, if it's a really strong tide, like a dangerous tide, you can't fight it. You'll hurt yourself. You have to kind of relax." And so as you're saying this, I'm thinking there's such a physical relationship to how you're thinking about it and how the tides actually work. The strength of that. Anyway, it just as you were saying that, I remember, don't fight the tide. So when you're saying become a part of it is very, I mean, Michael's from Florida. He probably has more ocean memories than I do from Pennsylvania. But yeah, very, very powerful.
I grew up on the beach also, and I just remember having sand in my cheese sandwiches.
Maybe there's like inner exfoliation somewhere.
No, it was really beautiful. To me, I really like this idea that we're going to be changed by this, and we don't necessarily know how we're going to be changed. Yeah. I mean, either it's going to be a giant rush back to trying to people to make believe that we can have what we used to have, or it's going to be people who are afraid of going back to the way we were, or people who are going to figure out how to take advantage of this to make it so that we realize that that something else has to happen in order for us to live a life as musicians.
Yeah. I'm definitely not ready for post-pandemic life. I feel a lot more comfortable socializing on Zoom. I don't have to go to any parties. I don't have to interact with anyone personally. I don't have to worry about how I'm dressed. And I'm just going to stay this way after the pandemic's over. So, but
yeah, it's a creation destruction moment, but it's I think artists have lived this way for a really long time, and so yeah, it's just kind of trying to meet it with curiosity instead of dread, and just be more like, okay, what has been working that will continue to serve, and what hasn't, and it's kind of that, like, what's going to fall away will fall away, and what remains will be the thing that helps make what tomorrow's arts are going to look like happen. So thank you guys for being on the forefront of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Boran. We're moving on to another premiere by Matthew Shipp, Spaceman's Blues, commissioned by Jack Homer and Emily Herzog.
So I want to say this, just one quick thing. First of all, Matthew Shipp is amazing and totally great, and it's going to be really fun. But Jack Homer and Emily Herzog. So, I've known Michael since I was 20, but I've known Jack for longer because I've known him since I was 18 because we went to college together. And the ridiculous thing is that he is not even my longest running commissioner on this program, and we will get to that later. Anyway.
I'm jealous of you, Jack. Okay, here we're going to Matthew Shipp, Spaceman's Blues. This is so exciting. Hey.
That was great.
That was so beautiful.
Spaceman's Blues by Matthew Shipp, performed by Matthew Shipp himself. And Matthew's going to come out in just a couple of seconds as soon as he can mop his brow and get back on the device. He will join us.
That was the 9th premiere.
Oh my God.
Premieres today. Wow. Isn't that so great? And thanks, Jack and Emily, for sponsoring that commission. And that's River.
Your dog.
As well.
He has a premiere coming. His debut is coming up in Tuesday.
Yeah. And thanks to everyone who's supporting the show and has bought a ticket. And please, if you can, oh, here we go. Hey,
here we go. Matthew.
Matthew, welcome. What an amazing, beautiful piece, amazing performance. Thank you so much.
That was fantastic.
I hope we can hear you. I think we can. Let's see if we make sure we can hear you.
Have me?
Oh, it's a little quiet.
Hello?
Yes, we've got you.
You may have to put it a little closer.
You just maybe a little tiny bit closer.
Hello, hello.
Oh, yeah, that's
okay.
Great.
Now we have you. Okay.
Who's the spaceman?
And why is he blue?
Why is the spaceman blue?
Yeah.
Oh, because it's the blues.
Matthew, tell us about writing this, creating this piece. Is there anything about the time?
You released it. It was so beautiful. I listened to it all the time. And and you told me it was going to be completely different, or mostly different when I booked it. And so I just wonder, because things are so fluid, the way you make them and the way you play them, the next time you play this piece, what will be different?
Basically, what I'm trying to do is keep a blues underlying figure. I have a few motifs that I use, and I have a bunch of clusters or polychords that so I'm basically thinking like in some ways Ellington meets Ives, and so what'll be different will be the way the elements will move, because I have the elements mapped out, but the way they move can switch anyway.
Fantastic. Okay, Ellington meets Ives. It's like,
yeah, that's really I can really hear it there. So
yeah.
But so yeah, the way it'll move is those basic elements will whatever on the whim of the moment, or they'll move in different ways, completely different ways.
Well, the way it adds up, at least for me as a listener, is it feels like I know exactly where I am, but I don't really know how I got there.
Right.
And
that's the way I feel.
So
I have no idea.
Well, it's really beautiful. It's really beautiful.
Thank you so much.
It's
Thank you
just
so
a
much.
joy. I know you've been on live marathons,
Right.
We've had you as part of the Bang and a Can experience earlier on, and so appreciative that you're willing to jump in and be virtual with us. It's really great
Well,
pleasure.
Bang and a Can is one of the real mainstays of New York, and I just, you've always been around, and you've always done these marathons and commissioned people to do stuff for the ensemble. So it's been a big part of my New York music life, and just knowing you're around. So thank you.
Thank you.
It's mutual.
We're moving on to premiere number 10 out of a day of 16 premieres by a new piece, Supplication and Compensation by Joel Thompson, performed by Anthony Roth Costanzo. And thank you so much, Matthew Shipp. This new piece is commissioned by Dick Lake and Linda Wright. Thank you so much, Dick and Linda. And here we go.
Hi, I'm Anthony Roth Costanzo, and I'm thrilled to be a part of the Bang on a Can Marathon and premiere 2 songs by the incredible Joel Thompson, accompanied by Brian Wagorn.
I am so tired and weary, so tired of the endless fight, so weary of waiting the dawn and finding endless that I ask but rest and quiet, rest
They're us.
Okay. Hi, I'm Anthony Roth Costanzo, and I'm thrilled to be a part of the Bang on a Can Marathon and premiere 2 songs by the incredible Joel Thompson, accompanied by Brian Wagorn.
I am so tired and weary, so tired of the endless fight.
Great. I think we're back on.
We're good.
I want to, before we get into the conversation, I want to thank Dave Lake and Linda Wright for commissioning that piece. And Dave, I want to especially ask your forgiveness for mispronouncing your name. But Dave and Linda, thank you. That was great. What a beautiful new work we got from Joel Thompson, and what a great performance, Anthony. How did you guys? How did you work this out over Zoom or phone or whatever? What happened? Great. I think we're back on.
Well, thank you for putting us together. Thanks for the matchmaking.
Before we get into the conversation,
we're hearing somebody else has a device on at the same time.
Someone has a device on.
And Dave.
Maybe it's me. Sorry.
No worries. It's tricky because we're all watching, and then we're in this little Zoom conference. Post location. So it's it's new.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So Joel, you were saying.
Yeah, that I just called Anthony, and I've been a fan of his, and was really honored to get to work with him. And we just talked a little bit about what we wanted to create together, and we decided to look at some poetry from the sort of Harlem Renaissance, just looking for what we would like to say to this current moment. And we happened upon this poem by Joseph Cotter Jr., Supplication, that seemed to really encapsulate what we wanted to share with the world at this moment, with riots and pandemics and all of that. And so I got fast to work working on that, and I sent him a draft, and it was only 2 minutes, so then I had to pair it with something else. So I found another poem that was on our short list of what we wanted to set, and set that in conjunction with that, and they worked wonderfully together to my ear. And I'm curious to hear what Anthony thought about the juxtaposition of those two poems.
Well, thank you, Joel, for these pieces, and thank you, Bang on a Can, for everything and for making this matchmaking possible. I was really excited to work with Joel. I'd heard a lot about him, and so it was really fun to. I mean, he brought these poems to me, and there were a couple that immediately jumped out. But it's always exciting. And it's somewhat of a kind of trust pact when you get the music and you make these choices about color, what you're hearing in the music, and hope in a way that that's what Joel was intending. And so to me, there are these these opportunities for a kind of pure countertenor-y sound, and then but you can turn that almost into a jazz instrument, some kind of clarinet or some kind of thing like that. And so I know there's this one phrase that goes up to an F sharp at the very top that Joel had marked piano, and I was like, oh, what does that mean, and how do you the opportunity, but getting into all those phrases, he gives these incredible triplet sort of descending bass lines in the piano, so it just felt like this kind of, you have to wail, and I don't know if that was the right choice, but it's all this stuff.
It was.
I was going to ask you about the F sharp, actually, because it jumps out so much as being both musically, kind of perfect at that moment, but also sort of unbelievable that you can even get that high. So it's really kind of really taking advantage of what it means to have a particular singer with a particular skill, and make the most of it.
Well, in our first conversation, Anthony said, I can float an F sharp. So I said, okay, will do.
What you offer, yeah.
Yeah, never say that. That's young singers. I think you should always give one note below what you think you can actually do. So.
The composer thinks you should always give one note past the note you think you should do. That's how composers and performers are different.
So true. But the other thing which I found really exciting, because a lot of times the impulse of the singer is to say,
well, I can't do that. Can you change it to a living composer? But I actually like to look at what I can't do and think, why can't I do that? And think about if there's a solution. So there are a lot of really, really long phrases, actually. And the way that I instinctively approached them to sing them meant that I wasn't going to make it through. But then if I changed the dynamic approach, if I changed the texture, I changed the color, all of a sudden I found, okay, so it's not how I initially wanted to sing it, but this is how I can make it through. So it's an interesting dance between the practical and the artistic.
Wow, that's a beautiful sort of inside picture for listeners out there. You know, we've got a lot of musicians listening and a lot of musicians chatting in the chat, but a bunch of people have really no idea all the intricacies involved in notation and interpretation and technique. So these windows are really, it's wonderful to share.
It's really, thank you so much for that beautiful collaboration. And Joel, congratulations on the great new piece. And Anthony, it's so fantastic having you here on our virtual Bang on a Can Marathon, and hope to be able to be in the same room with you all sometime soon.
Live.
We're going on, and thanks to Dave Lake and Linda Wright for commissioning the piece, which is just fantastic. And thanks for everyone who's bought tickets today. We're going on to our 11th premiere of the day by Rohan Chander, and we'll be speaking with him soon. It's going to be performed by Vicky Chow, so we're going to Vicky Chow. This is The Tragedy of Hikomori, Loveless from Final Fantasy. Okay, I'm going to need someone. I'm going to need Rohan to explain what that's all about, because I missed that part of whatever's going on. But here's Vicky Chow playing a new work by Rohan Chander. And thank you so much, Joel, and thank you so much, Anthony.
Fantastic.
have chosen path triangle. Will you kill him? Will you let him survive?
In my head, my name is Hikamori Lovelace. I have no real interest in the outside world. This is a shelter for me. This has been my environment since I was born. I can make changes by selecting emotions for facial expressions. I can choose between different eyebrows. Almond-shaped eyes would be great. My name is Hikamori Lovelace. This is a shelter for me. My name is Hikamori Lovelace. I can make changes by selecting emotions for facial expressions. I can choose between different eyebrows. I am shelter for Hikamori Lovelace. I can make changes by selecting almond-shaped eyes for my shelter. I have no real interest in facial expressions. I am Hikamori Lovelace. I am lost in the shelter of my environment. I can select emotions for my shelter. I can select different eyebrows for my facial expression. I can be beautiful to Hikamori Lovelace. I can be beautiful to my environment. I can be beautiful if I want it. I can be alone if wanted. I will be alone if it's not wanted. I will be alone because I'm not wanted. I'll be here in case I'm beautiful. I'll be here in case I'm beautiful. I'll be here when I'm alone. I'm alone because I'm beautiful. My name is Hikamori Lovelace. I am alone. I will be alone. I'm not beautiful. I'm not as beautiful as I wanted. I'll be here alone till I'm beautiful. I will never be beautiful out there. My name is Hikamori Lovelace. I'll be here in case I'm beautiful. I'll be here when I'm alone. I'm alone because I'm beautiful. I'm only beautiful in here. Because I'm alone.
If you love him, you may meet him again in another lifetime.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
This is the ending where he dies in Beauty's arms.
I can be beautiful if I want to.
Wow, amazing. And we'll be talking
was
to
wild.
Rohan soon. But I want to thank Maria and Robert A. Skurnick. Maria and Bob Skurnick, thank you so much for commissioning this piece. You guys are superstars, and we love you. We hope we get to see you soon. Thanks everyone for watching. That was special. That was commission number 11 out of 16. It's going actually pretty quickly, I think. So,
one of the things that's amazing. Well, actually, soon we're going to be joined by Rohan. I believe by Rohan and Vicky. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
But I was just thinking about for Bob and Maria. You know, they're so open. You know, you commission a piece, you really don't know.
There we go.
So tell us about the inspiration. So just to like fill like me in.
Sure. Yeah. So when I got the email about doing this, I was kind of didn't know exactly what I wanted to write about. I mean, I know I wanted to really be a part of it, but I was thinking a lot about like, so there's like very little that has happened, you know, just being in like a very isolated space. The one thing that I have been doing a lot of is playing a ton of video games. I've grown up playing video games. I love video games. Like so much of, you know, my relationship with video games when I was a kid was this sort of fantasy in which I could kind of project an idealized image of myself. Like, you know, whether I could feel beautiful or feel heroic or a number of things. And so when I was coming up with the idea and the material for this piece, I wanted to explore like the various ways in which the video game culture has influenced like my identity or just who I am as a person. And the larger project, what Vicky performed is actually like kind of an excerpt of a much larger project. And the Final Fantasy sort of larger thing is a series of character studies where depending on which series of gestures Vicky performs, it kind of leads the piece down a different timeline. And each timeline like is fixated on a different character. So in this one, it was Hikamori Loveless. In another timeline, there's a character called Bastard Boy. In another timeline, there's this sort of like ominous phantom character called Somnus Alienisium Phantom. And like all these characters are exploring this idea of fantasy, you know, what it means to exist in like a virtual space and create your own kind of synthetic sense of self, which for me is like been how I've grown up a lot.
These are characters from the real game?
No, these aren't characters from the game.
So you
like,
invented these characters?
Yeah, Hikikomori
Okay.
Love is actually the name of that particular name came from a documentary I watched like a couple of years ago about hikikomoris in Japan, or people who couldn't leave their house ever, and they just played video games and kind of immersed themselves into digital media and used that as a way to, like, I don't know, combat their social anxiety and all that stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, no, Rohan, I don't know if you are thinking this way, but and also we definitely want to hear from Vicky as well. But you know, when I heard the piece, first of all, the whole delivery of it was so magical. You know, Vicky just was so inside it and gave such an incredible
Yeah.
presence. You know, leaning and resting on the key. It's just a beautiful way of interaction with the instrument. But it really harkened back to some of the early like political works by chefs.
No, I'm from a very like a pretty homogenous, you know, white town in Rhode Island, which I've been living here for like the past year and a half now. And growing up, I always kind of felt, just because of how I looked, and there would be various things that I would hear from friends of friends who would be like, "Oh, you know, because of the way he looks, I don't want to hang out with him," or they jump to a conclusion that like is like, oh, this guy, he's not a musician because he's like Indian. He's supposed to be like good at math and science, and like that's his thing. And that was also like, and it made me kind of like navigate what it meant to be myself in a very weird way, and especially the relationships I had when I was growing up. I've definitely worked through a lot of that now. I'm like on the other side of it. It's cool when you're older to like be unique and be different, but when you're like a kid, it's like all you want to do is fit in. And
So interesting, yeah. Well, no, it's great to hear that because I heard it in the piece, and it's fascinating to hear how, you know, what it emerged from your experience.
And Vicky, how was that for you? That was pretty amazing.
Thank you. That was really fun. It was been a blast working with Rohan on this piece. When we first Zoomed together and we were talking about what we want to do, and he mentioned that he wanted to do something like written on the keyboard. And I was like, well, I do have this MIDI keyboard. It would be really, really fun to do something different, because I've, you know, all the past commissions have been on the keyboard. And I also saw some of his previous work, that there was this work he wrote for a duo, chromic duo, for 2 MIDI keyboards and video and stuff. And I was like, that's really cool. And I told him to just, you know, write something weird. And this is what we got.
How did you work out the theatrics and the lighting and are you in your apartment, Vicky, or?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I'm sitting in front of the piano, and then right next to it is the MIDI keyboard.
Somehow with the thing draped over your shoulders and with the draping behind you, it looks like you just won the Australian Open or something. You know?
Thank you. Yeah, like we had talked about lighting, and Rohan originally wanted me to use like a separate monitor and program something that will, you know, flash different lights and correspond with the music. But we had some technical difficulties with my laptop. I need to upgrade my laptop. It wasn't able to handle so many processes. So we stuck with like me sending him MIDI and using his setup. So the audio everybody heard was actually triggered from his home, desktop or whatever. I was just sending him MIDI through the internet. I don't know how that works, but it was amazing. Rohan figured it out, and I was like, this is really, really cool. So I didn't think that I could also attach another monitor and, you know, all that stuff. And I was like, well, I have these LED lights that we could try out. And so we experimented with that, and I was able to just push the button and make it do different things in certain sections.
It was wild. It was really good.
Thank you.
I want to. When's the whole piece going to be done, and what's the performance? Like, what do you need to make it happen?
Oh man, it's a great question. I still have been like, originally I was hoping I would have like more timelines ready for this performance, so then Vicky could like choose different options, but that was really challenging. Right now, I'm trying to like figure out if all of the characters are going to be for a single player. I had this idea too that certain characters can be accessed. Say like you need to have 2 MIDI keyboards if you want to play as this particular character, versus like if you only have one keyboard, you play as a specific set of characters. And so I don't know yet, Michael, to be honest. It's kind of like still coming together, but hopefully like at least this initial piece I'll share with the world soon. So
You just did.
Yes,
yeah.
I just
I have to say, I really love, well, first of all, there's so many unique things about the piece, the sensibility and the sound world and the aesthetics. And I love that you're breaking the barrier of how you interact with your instrument. So I love when Vicky put her cheek on the piano. I mean, it's a small thing, but it's something like breaking that, because usually, you need to sit up and have your shoulders open and play piano. There's a technique to how you play the piano, how you sit. And when you break that barrier for a very important reason, it's incredibly powerful and beautiful. So I love that, Vicky, how you just went down in the, so I don't know if that was like a.
Yeah, no, I think part of what I've been trying to explore, certainly with electronic music as it relates to like this new music space that we're in, a lot of the times I notice a very linearly embodied physicality in electronic music where there's like kind of a one-to-one relationship. That's not always true, but there's a tendency towards that, and like really trying to foreground the process of sound production. Whereas in this particular project, and certainly in other projects that I've done, I've kind of wanted to decouple that and think of the physicality as more of a dance form, a storytelling mechanism, and the interface that they're using to perform the piece as an object. So like when she's putting her head on the keyboard, like in my mind, I was like thinking of like, what would it be like if you could hear like the heartbeat of the keyboard, like hear the keyboard, like if it was breathing, like, and saying something. So like that was what that, at least when that thing happened, that's what I was thinking about. Yeah, it varies from project to project, but it's something I've been trying to work through.
Listen, Rohan, thank you so much. Vicky, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's so great.
Yeah, that's so great. What a great addition. We're going on to the 12th premiere of the day. We are moving on to David Kahane's studio on the Lower East Side, where he's going to play A period, C period, T period, a work that he wrote for himself to play. So onward to David Kahane, and thank you so much, Rohan and Vicky.
Thank you.
That
Okay.
was great. David Kahane playing the amplified cardboard tube. That's really fantastic. So David is going to be on in a second. He's going to tell us how he makes an ordinary cardboard tube do something like that. And I hope he's also going to tell us how he makes the lights go on and on like that.
But
first, should I do this or what? One thing we should say is we have heard from the internetosphere that there's been some interruptions with some of the video feeds on some of the formats that people are using. We really apologize for this. You know, it's like there's a lot of complicated switching going on, but we do want to let you know that we are recording this entire show and it will be available very soon after this broadcast is over. And the entire show does not have those gaps that have occasionally popped in depending on what format that you're using. So we apologize for this and humbly ask that you listen to it again later.
David.
And here we are with David Kahane.
Not quite.
He's connecting to audio.
Hey, David.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. How's it going?
Good. Thank you.
Are you listening to us where you are? Because somebody's sound is on. Okay.
I don't think it's me.
Okay.
It's me.
Ah.
If I say things twice, what happens? Yeah.
That's a great sound. This is a great sound.
Okay.
Oh, no, I don't hear anybody.
Do you hear me?
Tell us about the development of tubes, your performance, your piece, and what the title means.
Oh, well, the title is the name of the instrument. It's the amplified cardboard tube, and I haven't. This is something that I came upon over 20 years ago, and then I kind of put it to rest for probably about 7 or 8 years now. I haven't done it, and actually, the microphones that I use are these old cheap Radio Shack lavalier mics, and they stopped making them. So I keep breaking them for some reason, and yeah. So I had since I've been home all the time. I had a friend. I have a friend who had one, and I asked Michael Lipsy. I asked him to mail it to me. So I just been messing around with it for a little bit now again. It's fun to go back to.
I'm sick. I'm the one sitting. Okay. I'm trying myself. I don't know. You guys.
I'm also double. So I don't know what this is, but
okay. David, you're talking.
Yeah, you just have to keep talking.
Sure. Well, it's nice to be on another one of these marathons.
You've been on every marathon.
Everyone, yeah. I look forward to them. And
what's it like to get back on stage and perform for an audience?
That'll be great. I'm amazed that I get nervous for these things, just like being in my studio by myself, and it's like a different kind of stage fright that I'm just still getting used to.
Everybody says that.
Yeah.
And it's so great to be nervous again.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm here, in my studio, and it's pretty messy, so I just have green screens all over the place, and I can change, so all I need is like a 5-foot area that's clean, and then everything else can just be a total mess.
You have a 5-foot area that's clean?
Well, just behind me, yeah.
Well, let's put it in the studio. It should be filled with bells.
Yeah.
Pieces of wood.
For this piece, I had fun with my with my background because I was thinking about the feedback. So I made some video feedback, which I never did before, and that was really interesting to just mess around with that.
And you do a little bit of history of creating a visual experience with percussion. So I know you've done an incredible video fits.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Your visual experience.
Well, yeah, percussion's a visual instrument in general, so I guess it works well to kind of keep that in mind all the time.
David, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you. Yes,
Great to see you. You're just about a mile down the road. It's been a while.
Yes, yeah.
Really looking forward to all of you together, the whole Bang family.
Soon, yeah, that'd be great. All right, well.
And, back to John Schaefer, and we'll fix this latest reverb we're having or whatever.
I
It's
think
gone.
that's it.
It's gone.
I think that's
Whoa.
it.
And it was kind of cool. I mean, it reminded me of that tune, Crimson and Clover. Crimson and Clover. It's one of my favorite all-time songs. It was a little hard to have a conversation, but kind of brought me back to Crimson and Clover.
So to John Schaefer, who is interviewing Eve Buglerian and Laura Downs and talking about Eve Buglerian's new work, A Solemn Shyness. And then we're going to hear the work. And then John Schaefer is going to talk to Will Robin. This new piece is commissioned by Oscar Girardo. Hi, Oscar. Also, I don't know if you're in California, but also another California listener.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much for supporting this commission. And here we're going to John Schaefer, Eve, and Laura.
Joining me now, pianist Laura Downs, composer Eve Buglerian, and we're going to hear in a moment the world premiere of a piece called A Solemn Shyness. Laura, have you and Eve worked together before, or was this kind of a blind date, the two of you coming together for this project?
Eve and I are old friends, old friends, and I was so happy that this worked out and that we were matched together for this marathon.
Mm-hmm.
So
how did the two of you first
reconnect?
Yeah.
In our
how did you first connect?
I think it was the River Project. I think the first time we worked together was in 2010, in the early days of my coming back from paddling and biking down the Mississippi River and writing music in response. And Laura guested in on one of the first shows we did of the River Project. Wow, I haven't thought of this in a while. That was a long time ago.
Well, now, Eve, a lot of your music, there's an animating idea or principle behind a lot of it. A river, a short story, a far-off country. Do you need that to spur the writing process? Or I mean, do you write just kind of music as well?
Hardly ever. I'm not sure I would know how, honestly. And this piece is definitely in line with that. It was inspired partially because I'm living in New England during the pandemic, and I'm also in solitude. And I thought, probably a really good role model for how to live in this time is another person who lived in relative solitude in a New England town, which would be Emily Dickinson. And so I started, and Emily Dickinson is somebody I've always meant to spend time with and never really done a deep dive. And so I thought, this is the right time, And so I put together actually a reading group. We call ourselves Queer Emily Role Model. And we've been hanging out with Emily, and it's been completely kind of awesome.
Wow.
And I found this little fragment, not even a poem, that was written on a concert program. And because it's really unlikely she actually went to this concert, but maybe she did. We don't really know, And it's two sentences which may or may not be related one to the other. The first is, of our deepest delights, there is a solemn shyness. And the other is, the appetite for silence is seldom an acquired taste.
Well, that's you could make a lot with that, you know. There's a certain ambiguity. And so Lara, what has Eve given you in terms, are those words sort of incorporated into the score at all?
Only as a program note, yes. Yeah.
The
It's more
idea
that
of the words. And you know, Eve and I spent about an hour on the phone early in the morning on January 6th, planning this piece.
Wow.
Do you remember? And we were deep in this moment of reflection about solitude and the beauty to be found there, and silence and the spaces in the silence, you know, and then the world blew up. So I feel like this piece, it's kind of, I don't know, for me, it's a little bit of a relic of the moment before that as well.
Were the two of you, I mean, did you know what was happening? Did one or the other of you have the TV or the radio on?
It was before, it was like 10 in the morning that we talked, quite early in the morning for Lara, actually, like, you know. And yeah, it was only maybe an hour later that it all started unfolding, you know, and it was, yeah. And it definitely colors. There's a video for the piece, and the video is something I made out on my land, which is more rural than the small town that I'm in, at dusk in a snowstorm on Inauguration Day.
Wow.
So in a way, it's so beautifully said, Lara. The piece sort of frames that period from the insurrection to the actual evening of Inauguration Day, which I think for me, I didn't actually breathe freely until the evening, you know, until the inauguration actually happened, you know.
Well, and you wouldn't have heard it there in rural Vermont, but there was a big round. I mean, I could hear people applauding here in Brooklyn at the moment where the inauguration was complete, the oath had been taken, and you could just hear it rising up through the neighborhood. I don't know what it was like out in Sacramento, Lara.
We were just happy in our house.
Yeah.
Happy in our house, tears. Yeah.
Well, now, you know, so the work, it sounds like, was certainly not meant to have a political cast to it. And yet it's just one of the, I guess, one of the byproducts of art is that it can acquire that sort of thing. And I mean, Lara, your whole last record was all about that intersection of culture and sociopolitics. And so this is an area you're pretty at home in, I think.
Well, I wonder these days if we're just so highly attuned to those resonances, or if it's always been that way. You know, I mean, of course, work that we make on any given day captures that day. And right now, our days are just full of so much.
Any particular challenges to you as a performer in Eve's score?
Eve got some panic texts from me the other day because she wrote these beautifully elaborate polyrhythms, and I think I said I can't do this, and then she reconfigured things slightly, and I could. But it's actually been an interesting insight into the way that your brain maps things and the way that my brain maps things, because Eve created a short score for me to show where all of the different rhythms intersect and interconnect. And for me, it was like reading a roadmap, which I'm very bad at. But then I dug in and I learned and I did it, and I'm about to send you some stuff today.
Yeah, I can't wait. The other way the the piece works is that it's written as a continuous piece, which if you played it continuously, it would be about 4 minutes long. But then the idea is that it's up to you as the performer to decide where to stop and listen. And the image I have is sort of the way an animal stops to listen as they're grazing, right? And that still silence. And that's completely up to Lara to do as she feels it. And then the ambience of the film is the soundtrack, if you will. Yeah, so there's those spaces which are completely up to Lara to decide.
How long is the film?
The film will be made in response to Lara's performance.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
All right.
that's how it has to work, right? Because we can't know.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is.
There's
Go ahead, Lara.
this thing about listening, it's interesting. I think that that's been a theme this year in terms of letting the music listen again to the world around. And Eve had suggested, this piece can also be performed using an ambient soundtrack from wherever a performer might be. And that brought back for me these memories of this summer when I was, just adjusting to what it even meant to make music at home for the world, but, here. And I left my house for the first time in July and went to one of the Black Lives Matter marches here at the Capitol. And I came home and I made a mixtape. I just turned on this old tape recorder and made a mixtape. And I had the windows open and there were all these sounds of that day there were dogs and car doors closing and birds and trees. And it's something that I hadn't experienced before. When I play this piece, I'm really connecting also with just the immediacy and the connection with surroundings that we've had this year in such a different way.
All right. Well, let's watch and hear the world premiere performance of Eve Beglarian's piece, A Solemn Shyness, played by Lara Downs here on the Bang on a Can Marathon. I don't know, Will, it just seemed appropriate for
It
the
looks
occasion.
nice, yeah. I've gone with the physical backdrop of my basement
Nice.
with my books behind me, but yeah.
So joining me is William Robin, the musicologist and writer whose new book comes out tomorrow, and it is on a topic that everybody watching will be interested in, namely Bang on a Can. The title of the book, Will, is
Yes.
Industry. Industry is not only, a kind of iconic piece that Michael Gordon wrote for the cellist Maya Beiser, but this book is kind of exhaustively researched when it comes to Bang on a Can's place within the wider industry of music in general and new music in particular. So it seems like that title had a kind of dual layer of meaning to it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very hard to come up with the pre-colon part of the title.
Yes.
Academics are good at the very long post-colon part that tells you everything about the book. But it took a while, but once I kind of seized on the play of that great piece, Industry, which I'm sure many folks listening know from 1992 or so, and also this idea of kind of situating Bang on a Can within the wider world of new music. Not now, actually, so much as in the 1980s and 1990s when they first kind of came into being, and what the world really looked like, the kind of industry of contemporary music in that period.
One of the things, it's a kind of a small but telling moment in the first Bang on a Can marathon that you not only make note of when it happened, but keep referring to as the book goes along, was their decision to pair works by Steve Reich and Milton Babbitt. Which wasn't just a kind of fun bit of programming, but seemed to kind of open a door into what the aesthetic of Bang on a Can was going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. If we go back to 1987, there was this sense in the world of contemporary music that it was a divided world in the United States, that there were composers known in the kind of uptown world who were academic composers writing atonal music. And then there were folks in the kind of what was known as the downtown world hanging around downtown New York, minimalists like Steve Reich and Philip Glass. And, if you go back and read newspapers of the time, you have instances of minimalists, tearing apart the serialists and serialists tearing apart the minimalists and the neo-romantics. It was a very, kind of politicized time to pick a style to write in. And so when Michael, David, and Julie in 1987 put together this giant marathon concert in downtown New York for the first time, they put together an early piece by Milton Babbitt with an early piece by Steve Reich. The idea being they kind of wanted to show that they were beyond this division, or they were kind of transcending this division, but they were also drawing on, I think, musical aspects of both sides. And I think there's also this kind of playfulness to it as well. They talked a lot about how Reich and Babbitt kind of refused to meet each other. They were both giving, little pre-concert talks, which again, I think gives you a sense of some of the divided politics, but also, how the world of new music has changed since then, in part because of, not necessarily that moment, which is just a one little moment, but what it kind of represented.
Exactly. And the interesting thing to kind of look at big picture, and you get into this when we get into the 90s in the book, is that uptown downtown divide is replaced by a broader popular versus classical divide.
Right.
And that Bang on a Can also occupies a real central place in bridging that divide as well.
Yeah, that was something that I really noticed when I was going back. One of the goals of a musicologist like me is to kind of situate yourself historically in one given moment and really try to understand it from that moment. So like for the book, I wanted to not understand Bang on a Can, what it feels like to go to a Bang on a Can marathon in 2021, which is, not the ideal marathon, but a wonderful experience online. But to say, what did it look like in 1987 versus 1993 versus 1999? And the interesting thing was in 1987, it was all about the uptown downtown thing. But when they formed the All Stars Ensemble in the early 1990s, it became increasingly about this kind of pop classical or rock classical, new music classical, this kind of moving from stylistic boundaries, transcending those to transcending genre boundaries, which, I think has come to stand for this larger idea that's kind of omnipresent today of this kind of genre mixing in contemporary music.
Now, Michael and David and Julie and I were talking hours ago at the top of the marathon about the writing workshops that you and I do at Mass MoCA, while Michael, David, and Julie and the All-Stars are, dealing with the young composers and musicians. And one of the things we were saying is how important it is for people to be a part of the same ecology if they're going to be writing about and covering this music. So, for me, Michael, David, and Julie were exact contemporaries. I started New Sounds just a few years before the first Bang on a Can marathon. You come in sort of a generation later. So your experience of Bang on a Can is going to be different from mine, and it's going to be different from some of those young people that we see every summer at Mass MoCA. What was your experience of Bang on a Can? What led you to make this, to write this book?
I was someone who, I think, like a lot of, I was a conservatory kid in college who discovered a love for musicology at that time as well. And, I think that a lot of people who are classical music have a classical music background who discover Bang on a Can. It's kind of like, oh, wow, they have like an electric guitar and like, it sounds like rock, but it's not, it's chamber music. And that's something that I kind of constantly bring back in the book of the kind of some of the classical music kind of undercurrents that have been there since the beginning. And so, I remember hearing the All-Stars on tour when I was in college, and that being a really powerful experience. And I went to my first marathon in 2010 at the World Financial Center. I stayed long enough, so I think the whole time. So they gave me this certificate that said I was like a new music warrior or something, and some signed CDs, which were later stolen from my car, but that's a different story. But that was a fandom at that point. But as I went to graduate school to study musicology and really kept thinking more and more about some of the questions that the experience of going to these marathons raised, I realized that there were a lot of really interesting historical, political, ideological questions that could really be asked of Bang on a Can and of this larger period in the late 20th century.
All right. I mentioned the title, Industry. That's the part before the colon. Give us the part after the colon.
Yes, I've got it right here. Well, it's probably backwards for you. But so Bang on a Can. Oh, all right, cool.
Yeah.
What do I know? Bang on a Can and new music in the marketplace. And the new music in the marketplace is kind of the larger argument of the book, and perhaps where this book differs from, let's say, just a kind of like, this isn't just a history of Bang on a Can, but it's an attempt to grapple with the larger kind of systemic changes happening in classical and contemporary music in this period. And so that has to do with this idea that really throughout the world of new music, there's this desire for composers to connect with audiences. And there's this awareness among different kinds of institutions, from major record labels like Sony Classical to presenters like Lincoln Center, who are suddenly thinking like new music is maybe a way to get butts and seats or to sell records. And that has to do with, the roots of that are going back to Steve Reich, Philip Glass, also Goretzky, Arvo Pärt, these composers, neo-romantics as well, who began to develop this kind of audience related style in the 1960s and 70s. And what happens in the 80s and 90s is there's this kind of lightning moment where all of these upstart organizations like Bang on a Can, but also the big leagues, really start to begin to look to this idea that new music can connect with some kind of broader audience. And so the larger book kind of, Bang on a Can's one important kind of central slice of that, but it's all about tracing out all of these different kind of networks of institutions as well.
Well, as I say, it is exhaustively researched, and you go into things. That. I mean, it's like,
hopefully it's not an exhausting read. That's the goal. Yes,
it was a lot of fun to relive a lot of that. Sure. Those old days of the 80s and 90s when we were all just kind of getting started. There's much more that we could talk about, but you're doing kind of an in-depth dive into the book on release day tomorrow.
Yes, so tomorrow evening, the 92nd Street Y at 7 p.m. Eastern is live streaming a talk that I'll be doing with the great critic Alan Cosin, who, like you, was at the Bang on a Can stuff from almost the very beginning. And we're going to be talking about my book and the kind of larger evolution of new music since the 80s. So you can get tickets for that on the 92nd Street Y website. And the book is released by Oxford University Press, and you can buy it wherever you buy your books, preferably an independent bookstore.
Nicely done. Will Robin is the author of the book Industry, which looks at Bang on a Can's place in the wider new music and even wider general music industry. It is a fascinating read, and those of you watching today would do well to pick it up. Will, good to see you.
Thank you so much, John.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's get back to music. We have yet another world premiere, and this one comes from sax player and composer Ingrid Laubrock. Here, without further ado, is Ingrid to play her new piece called Inkblots.
Nice, beautiful.
It was Ink Blots by Ingrid Laubrock, who's going to be back in a second to talk to us about it.
I love that, and I love the name of the piece, Ink Blots.
Are you going to ask her about it?
I can.
Why don't you?
I will.
When she shows up.
I will.
And while we're waiting for Ingrid, we should just say thanks so much to everyone who's bought a ticket. It's a free event. We want everyone to be able to tune in, and we know for many people it's not an easy time to contribute, but certainly if you can buy a ticket, it helps support the whole cause. So thank you for everyone who has bought a ticket. Thank you for anyone who's considering buying a ticket, and for anyone who will buy a ticket. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. And also a huge shout out to everyone who's commissioned new work for today. As I think both David and Michael have mentioned, it's the entire marathon today are commissioned works, world premieres, which is really exciting. We've done a bunch of these marathons, but we had to up it, by just saying they're all premieres. So we're very excited about that for this particular marathon. And thanks to everyone who made that possible.
Yeah, if you've been with us, we've heard 14 new pieces.
Oh my God.
And we have 2 more to go. The last one is by Alvin Lucier, the great experimentalist. And he unfortunately will not be joining us live on Zoom because he can't quite speak. He can't get sound out of his voice. but
It's just at a, it's, right now it's a volume issue.
yeah,
So
volume.
we're very, appreciative that he jumped in and wanted to work with Mark, but
his piece is totally crazy and still experimenting wildly at the age of 89. So we're really looking forward to hearing that new piece. And I think Ingrid is coming on. How are
Ingrid.
you, Ingrid? Thank you so much.
But
Wait a
she's
second.
connecting to
I don't think
audio.
you can hear us
So,
yet.
okay, I think we're connected.
Yay. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that
Ingrid.
great piece and that great performance.
Thank you for having me here. It's an honor.
Tell us about the title.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Oh, we overlap. Sorry.
Speaking at the same time.
Where you're located right now?
I'm in Brooklyn. Yeah, I stayed the whole. I'm gonna get rid of this strap. Sorry. Kind of a torture device.
Yeah.
I'm in Brooklyn. Yeah, I've stayed in Brooklyn the whole time during the pandemic.
And tell us about the title of your piece and how it connects to the music.
Right. So this piece is actually a teacher doing that at the beginning of the pandemic because I very first of all, her name is Anne-Marie Ai, and she's really brilliant. And the approach is very like meditative and introspective, and you spend a lot of time like trying to really just feel different parts of your body, and but you also get sort of invited to explore discomfort, which seemed a good tool to have in times like this, So you kind of you sort of learn a little bit to embrace that not everything has to be comfortable all the time.
And just out of curiosity, is that online, or do you go?
Yes, yeah, we're doing it with Zoom meetings.
I have a personal interest in this, so
yes, it's wonderful. I can send you we actually have quite a few musicians who join in. We're like a group who meet regularly on since then, and it's really beautiful.
Now the whole slow opening of the piece you played, was it multiphonics, or were you growling, or what were you?
Yeah, it's like a structured improvisation, but the slow opening pretty much until the frenzy are all different multiphonics, and I think there's been a severe lack of polyphony in my life, so I'm like exploring chords.
And let's just for people who aren't musicians who are watching and listening, why don't we just tell them what a multiphonic is? So it's kind of an amazing thing, right?
It's basically a chord or chords that you play on the saxophone by using false fingerings and interrupting this big tube. You almost have to imagine the saxophone as a big tube of metal, and you're interrupting it in unusual ways and coaxing out partials of overtones while so you have some lower fundamentals that stay, and then partials that get coaxed out by lip pressure, fingerings, the larynx, imagine. And
so you're getting two and three notes and more sometimes.
Yes.
And everything's beating.
Yeah.
Everything's beating. It sounds totally crazy and amazing.
It's also amazing how your description of the meditative practice, like the minute you described what that was like, I could hear it in the music.
Mm-hmm.
The sense of sort of troubled stasis, or it really like I really heard it, so it was really kind of beautiful.
Yeah, there is that, and there's also, for me, I mean, I'm a big fan of exploring what is considered ugly sounds, and finding the beauty in them, and there's so much in that, right? Like when you meditate on those sounds, you find out by manipulating a little bit of your lip what happens, what changes. Something always changes, and it becomes quite personal. Yeah.
It is going to be interesting to look back at this time period and look at the work created, because I think, as David is saying, I don't know if you think you just referred to, but the response to this moment, and you're talking about responding to difficulty and discomfort, and another approach people have had is, I need something really soothing, and just, is there going to be some way that this time period is identified because of the current, pandemic? It's going to be, I don't think I could put my finger on it right now, but it's going to be interesting to look back and see the work.
Yes, and I think there's going to be like really an incredible burst of release and creative release, which I'm very much looking forward to. I'm very much looking forward to hearing what people come up with post pandemic, because we are limited right now, but the limitations have something positive too. Because if you're not in dire straits, you have the time to introspect. I have realized that I hadn't really stopped since I was 18 years old, and this is the first time that I'm not like traveling a lot, and I'm discovering different things. Luckily, being in a situation where my family or nobody directly has been sick. And my husband is a drummer, so we have been playing and recording duets also since last March. We're now on episode 47. We put them up on Bandcamp, and it's been an incredible thing to explore what you can do with drum and saxophone over, without trying to, trying to still stay creative and fresh and involved. And it's been interesting.
Still, though, I think of you as being, sort of like the ultimate collaborative artist, because you play with so many great musicians and you play with them in all different combinations, and many of them are people who are people that come through the Bang on a Can sphere as well, and so I can just imagine that this moment for someone who is so truly collaborative is really kind of like it must be so frustrating to not be able to reach out the way you normally do.
Yes, I mean, I miss it. Like I really miss it so much, and I miss live performances. I miss going to them. This is my social life as well as my as well as my musical life. This is what I live for, and I am glad about these kind of live streaming of options, and I'm glad this can be done. But I for one can't wait to be back in a room somewhere with other people and blending with their sounds. I mean, I found myself walking and cycling like a maniac last year, and often walk to Prospect Park, and in the summer there were people playing everywhere outside, right? Because that's what people could do. And I was in tears at times because I just miss this spirit, the spirit that you cannot capture on Zoom. So I'm looking forward to that coming back.
I know when we first started the online virtual marathons, well, before we started them, we were trying to figure out, well, what do we do during this time period? How do we respond to this? And we really wanted to do something, similar to people reporting from Italy and places. Everybody go on your roof, whether it's legal or not, and let's have a citywide event. I don't know. We just were trying to draw something, to have an imagination about how to respond. And I love what you're saying about live performance. I wish maybe we'll figure out something to do on the streets, but certainly, like you're saying, it's not the same. And but I relate to that impulse also. Just let's get out of here.
Thanks
but
so
it
much,
is great
Ingrid.
that you kept it, that you're doing this and you're keeping it alive and fresh, and this is really wonderful.
Thanks so much for thanks so much for that beautiful performance, and thanks for Inkblots, and we're moving on to the 15th premiere of the day. We're going to go to Nashville, I think, where Maya Stone is going to play Molly Heron's new work, Canon Number 4.
She's in Nashville. I think that she has been based there, but I believe she's in New England somewhere right now.
Okay.
We'll find out.
We'll find out. The piece is commissioned by Herb Leventer. Thank you so much. Herb, it's a close friend of Bang on a Can and big supporter of these online marathons. I think you've commissioned a bunch of pieces. So
1,000.
You've been totally amazing. And so this is Molly Heron's Canon Number 4, and we're going to Maya Stone right now. And thank you so much again.
Thanks, Ingrid.
Yeah, Ingrid. Funny to hear just three people clapping, but I know that there are thousands of people listening. So we clap for you and with you.
So that was commissioned by Herb Leventer. And so thank you so much again. That was Molly Heron's Canon number 4, performed by bassoonist Maya Stone, and they'll both be joining us any minute.
Momentarily.
Momentarily. Thanks for buying tickets. Thanks for supporting this. You can commission new works. We've got more marathons coming up. There's one in March. There's one in April. There, I think, is one in June. So
we're going to go through everything. As soon as the last piece is over, we're going to go through all the other opportunities you have to see us, because there's a lot coming up. You know, one of the reasons why we started doing these marathons was because we realized there were a lot of musicians out of work as soon as the COVID pandemic started. And so we thought we were going to try to do as much as we possibly could to employ as many people as possible. And so we have many, many more activities coming between now and June. And we're going to tell you all about them. So,
and also, if you missed anything, or you watched for just a segment, we will be reposting. We welcome Mayor Gesson, but just know we will be making all of these videos available for later viewing. So, if you want to get a sandwich and you missed something, you'll get to hear it later.
Hi, Molly.
Hello.
Hi, that was so beautiful.
Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here.
So you know my theory of life. The only thing better than one bassoon is more bassoon.
Absolutely, absolutely.
How many?
Maya, I should say Maya will be joining us as well. But yeah.
How many layers? How many bassoons were there?
That was just two. It's just two Mayas.
And how did you guys work together? Where are you and where is she?
I am in Princeton, New Jersey, and Maya is in Troy, New York. So but as you well know, even if she was my next door neighbor, we probably couldn't get together to rehearse. But there she is. Yay!
Hey there.
So Maya, let's make sure we can hear you. Can you say something? Not yet. Okay, that's
about now. Yes, we can hear
Turn
you.
it up. Turn it up. Turn it up.
It's a little too quiet. So if I don't know if there's a volume adjustment. If you make yourself just a tiny bit louder.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, how about now? Yeah.
Great.
Is that better?
Great.
Even a little more. Is that possible?
Okay, a little bit more, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, great. So sorry, Molly, I know you were about to say.
So we were just talking about how the collaboration happened, and we are very early on in the process. I had a few ideas, and we had a Zoom together, and we just were like, I don't know how you feel, Maya, but I feel like we just clicked super fast, and we had a really nice connection. So I knew the communication was just going to be smooth, which is always so great when you just have that connection with somebody. And especially in these times when it's like meeting a new person feels so amazing.
Yeah, exactly. It's so like such a almost like an anomaly, right? It's like, I can't believe it. But yeah, I agree, Molly. It was really great meeting right off the bat, and it felt, warm and friendly, and like we would be able to get along very well. And yeah.
And someday we will meet in person and we will get along well. I predict.
So Maya, tell us about the experience of getting material from Molly, being part of a new commission. What was that process like for you?
Yeah, it was really exciting. I mean, it's always, kind of exciting and edgy when you get a new piece, and getting Molly's piece, I was like, eagerly awaiting. And when it came in, I was like, okay, all right. Okay, I can do this. And yeah, it was just so cool, and seeing the pieces, seeing the parts and how they fit together. And for me, my mind doesn't, I don't really think like mathematically or anything like that. And so like I see notes on a page, you know what I mean? But I also see, it was like, okay, how is this going to fit together? And when, hearing the parts, I recorded a little bit of it early on for Molly, like with both parts together, and hearing them both like, together, and also my instrument, my voice, like for both parts was actually really cool too. And I don't know, Molly, like I don't know if you talk a little bit about why you decided to do it that way and stuff. And I just thought that was really neat. And it was nice for me to have that, effect.
Right. Your sound mixing with your sound.
It is, and that might sound weird. I don't know if it sounds
No,
weird
it's
to you
very
guys, but it was kind of like I don't know, if it was like I felt closer to myself in the performance. You know what I mean? And in the process, it meant something to me.
It's supposed to be personal,
Yeah.
And we matched you up because I think you live in Nashville, although I understand you're in Troy, Maya.
Yeah, I'm like back and forth between Nashville and Troy right now. Troy is my home.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
And so that was intentional. I mean, wow,
I suspected that somebody was playing matchmaker.
We thought you needed to meet some people when you got to Nashville. You'd have some friends already. So.
Yeah.
Well, she's got friends, believe it. Got friends in Nashville. She's got, of course, obviously all over the place, but yeah.
And also really exciting to hear about Troy. We spend a big chunk of time at Mass Mocha, which is really just a skip away, especially when you get out of, cities, and it's not a big deal to be 40 minutes away or half an hour, it's like the same region. So we should, I would love to connect with you, what's happening there, because we've, like I said, you guys recorded rushes there. We've kind of had little dips into Troy. We go there. I forget, there's a couple of restaurants, a couple of reasons to go there besides getting your.
There's a radio station
renewed.
Also. There's the radio station that is very cooperative for culture in the Berkshires, and so so we go there for that.
Yeah, but it's really exciting for you to hear you say there's a kind of renewal going on, a revival of arts culture there. That's so heartwarming. It's really great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and there are a couple of new vegan restaurants in Troy. So
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Well, Liz, I may not have run into them yet, so please let me know, because I just recently went vegan again. So.
Oh, okay. I'll let you know. Yeah, there's this one place I love, so I'll let you know about that.
Please do.
Molly, thank you so much for the beautiful piece, and Maya for the performance.
Thank you, Molly.
Thanks, Maya.
And Herb Leventer for commissioning this new work. We're moving on to John Schaefer. He's going to be speaking with Mark Stewart. I think it's going to be here. I'm super psyched to see this interview. Mark's going to be talking about his collaboration with Alvin Lucier. And we're almost done. That was, we've got one piece to go.
Amazing.
One more world premiere. And then everyone can go out for dinner. Well, no, okay, you can make dinner by yourself and put your mask on or something. I don't know what.
Soon it will be over and you can call out for delivery.
Maya, Molly, so great to see you both.
Thank you.
Great to see you too. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the great music. We're on to John.
Our next live performance and next world premiere is a work from Alvin Lucier, which will be played by one of the original Bang on a Can All-Stars, guitarist Mark Stewart. And Mark, first of all, I can see that you're in the barn/musical playground where so much of your music making happens.
That's a good description.
Yeah. Not far, actually, from Mass Mocha, where Bang on a Can convenes every summer in normal circumstances, and where you do a lot of work with young musicians. Alvin Lucier is a veteran composer, a veteran member of the new music scene, Is this the first time you've had a chance to work with him?
He wrote Bang on a Can, an extraordinary piece that we have played a number of times, and it's always a thrill to see it programmed and know that we get another chance. So that was my. I have worked with Alvin once before in that capacity, and of course I was thrilled to hear that they were asking Alvin to write a piece for this occasion, and my enthusiasm for the project, of course, has continued to deepen with every exchange of an email or a conversation. So it's been very, very satisfying indeed.
All right. Well, now a lot of Alvin's music involves kind of the phenomenon of sound moving in space, things like that. It's rarely just for an instrument. It's almost always for some combination of an organic instrumental sound and some sort of means of affecting it, moving it literally in space. So what do those conversations with a composer like that, what are those conversations like?
Well, I'll see if I can be as succinct as possible. I'll start at the end. Where I am right now, I am about 5 days out from the premiere of this piece, and where I find myself now is a very different place in terms of my focus and my delving, my practice of this piece than when I began, and that's been part of the thrill. Is to over time see more and more clearly where I'm at is it's like a great chef who understands not only the implications of his or her ingredients, but their potential. And that's not to say that they necessarily know what the result will be, except that it will be. If the ingredients are honored, and the right way of combining them and preparing them, it is paid attention. If you pay attention to those kinds of things, then we're all going to have a feast. And so that's kind of where I'm at. And so I am doing the best. I'm the sous chef, and I've received both the ingredients and the method of preparation, and so I am doing my best to get ready to do both, such that the result will be what the chef is already gleaning. You know.
A sonic taste treat
yes.
for all of us. All right. The piece that Alvin Lucier has written is called Weirs for Electric Guitar and Resonant Objects. Mm-hmm. I'm very intrigued by that subtitle.
Yeah.
What resonant objects?
Well, I started out with spending weeks devising all sorts of resonant objects, everything from little styrofoam worm boxes that we got for our compost pile that I saved because they're wonderful little resonant bodies filled with popcorn or candy tins with paper clips. I have 3 different snare drums tuned to different things. I have an assemblage of springs, 27 industrial springs that I've attached to a frame. I just went hog wild, open back banjos, and then there was just way too much shaking going on. And so I've pared it down now. And so there's a favorite worm box and a favorite snare. And so I have a smaller coterie, a smaller ensemble of resonant objects. But the idea is that these things speak at different times and not always where you might expect. You know, the sound of the guitar itself, the sound as it moves, as it sweeps across a field in an ascending fashion, the pitch rises and things speak. at different times. Those are the resonant objects that are in the title.
So you're not actually playing physically those objects,
No.
but by playing the guitar is activating or animating these things as the pitch changes.
Precisely.
Is that right? Okay.
Precisely. Yeah. And of course, what I have found is, I did all my conservatory studies on the cello, so I am a fan of the arco. I'm using an electric bow, an E-bow on the guitar, so there is an arco element to this. But what I have discovered in doing this is it's more arco than I've ever experienced before, because depending on how I'm touching things and moving on the guitar, different things start to speak or don't speak. So there is a remark. I can't remove the human element. In fact, it asserts itself. Even though I am, you might say, I'm at the mercy of the waves in the room. At the best moments, I feel like I am joining with them.
So every sort of enclosed object, every, a cup, a vase, whatever, everything has a room, as in one of Alvin's most famous pieces, has a resonant frequency.
Yeah.
So when you hit that note, that object will then sing or speak, right?
Yeah, that's right. I often say every single tube that you encounter in life is a column of air waiting to be vibrated,
Right.
Yeah.
And that is something that you do every summer over there at Mass Mocha.
That's right. We vibrate columns of air. Yeah.
With the orchestra of original instruments, always a fun way to get some of the young musicians and composers together. So the piece is called Weirs. It's a word I wasn't actually familiar with until I saw a weir in Ireland, in whatever the river is that runs through the town of Limerick many years ago. And someone explained what it was. You can almost see it on the surface of the river. It's like a dam of sorts that diverts the flow and sometimes is used to help catch fish. Does that title resonate with you, with the way this piece works?
Well, I'll tell you, hearing your description of it, it does, and of course, of course, it's always a little dangerous to do this with the composer not in the room, but we'll live dangerously. And in your description, if I had to respond to that, and I apologize, Alvin, if I'm going far, in the wrong direction, but the water would be the sound, and the resonant objects would be the weir,
Yeah.
And the behavior of both, it's that intersection where that's where the gold is.
Well, to pick up on your analogy of the chef, Alvin Lucier is a chef who not only knows his ingredients but has gotten into the molecular cooking level, where he knows how the science of heat and combustion are going to affect his ingredients. And
we'll call him an alchemist.
Yeah. I can't wait to hear the piece.
I'm looking forward to playing it.
Mark Stewart, founding member of the Bang on a Can All-Stars, and he's going to play Weirs for electric guitar and resonant objects by Alvin.
Oh my God, that was so beautiful. So beautiful.
We're not on yet. Just wait.
Okay, that was beautiful.
Julie, you're muted.
Thank you, Michael. Alvin Lucier, a brand new work from the great Alvin Lucier for Mark Stewart. What can I say? Alvin he's a pioneer. He's an inspiration, quite an incredible person, and no one else is like Alvin Lucier. And we're so grateful that he jumped in to be a part of this and worked so closely with Mark and made a really unique and beautiful work.
We're also incredibly grateful that this was a commission from Jane and Dick Stewart, who are not only, Jane is a board member of Bang on a Can, but also I mentioned earlier that somebody would be on commissioning who was a big part of my life for the longest. So I've known Jane since junior high school, I just would like to say. That piece was amazing. And this day was amazing. We heard some really incredible things. So it was really fun.
Listen, there were a bunch of glitches today though. And every time we do this, we learn more and more about the tech. But today seemed really glitchy. So a big apology. We're going to be posting it all non-glitched sometime very soon, and we'll send out a note letting you know. So anything that you missed or was a highlight or you felt you wanted to listen to again, which I think is the whole thing, it'll be posted. And that's all we can say right now until we figure out exactly what happened. But I do want to thank all the people who've commissioned works today. And I want to Liz and Greg Lutz and Pamela Drexler, thank you. And Richard Ferrante, thank you. And the family of Carl Mayer, thanks so much. And Raleigh Marcus and Stephen Block, thank you so much. Jack Homer and Emily Herzog, thanks. Dave Lake and Linda Wright, thank you. Maria and Robert A. Skurnick, thanks so much. Oscar Gerardo, thank you. Herb Leventer, I think you commissioned 2 pieces today. Thank you so much. And Jane and Dick Stewart and everyone who bought tickets and supported the show. We're going to be commissioning more pieces, presenting more new music. There's stuff coming up. Stay tuned. There'll be more incredible things.
We also want to thank the Howard Gilman Foundation for helping us out also with money to support this stuff. You can check our website for more information about all the things coming up, but we do have a marathon coming up on March 21st, which is going to be sponsored by Märzmusik, a big festival in Berlin. And that's going to be a combination of new things and some of the pieces which we have culled from the performances that we've done from the marathons in the past. We have a totally new marathon on April 18th, which is all commissioned. So if you would like to be one of the commissioners, please be part of that. We have Robert Black First Fridays in every month. So First Fridays with Robert Black. There's Sasha Waltz, the great German choreographer, is doing a live stream with performing to our recording of In C. Lots coming up, so please keep in touch. We also need to thank all the people who worked on this for us, if that's okay. Jody Elf, the production designer and director, Pete Wise, live stream coordinator, Denise Burt, who did a really beautiful logo that wiggles in different colors. It's really great. And of course, the rest of the Bang on a Can team, Kenny Savelson, Sruli Lazarus, Philippa Thompson, and Tim Thomas.
Wait a second, is that it? Are we
Is
saying
that it?
goodbye?
And I'd like to thank Julia Wolfe and Michael Gordon. So.
And John Schaefer.
And John Schaefer.
Yes, John Schaefer.
And Will Robin.
All the performers, all the composers. Okay, so listen, if you're still watching, let us know in the chat what you thought. This was 4 hours. It was kind of quicker than 6 hours. It felt like, we got through it pretty quickly. It's okay. We don't take it personally. If you want to like send us feedback, I like the 4-hour format. I'd rather have the 6-hour format. I'm tired of the talking. I like the talking. I like the pre-recorded interviews with John Schaefer. I didn't like them. It's okay. You can just say whatever you want. We know nobody liked the glitches. We didn't like them either. So
If you like the glitches, please put that in the
It's kind
comment.
of Cajun,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, exactly.
It
For
is
the people
kind of,
who
it
are
is,
pieces,
it's true.
but
John Cage would have been very happy about the glitches, but I think nobody else is going to feel that way.
Is anyone still watching this?
I don't know.
Okay.
But
Anyway, thank you so much for being with
yeah,
us.
I feel like we should have a drink.
I just want to say also, for anyone who's responding to the time frame, we did, if anyone who didn't hear Michael's announcement earlier, we switched it to earlier. So thank you, Pamela Z, for responding and saying fine, but no earlier, because you're on the West Coast. It's a little bit earlier for the West Coast, but it does make it possible for people in the other direction in
From
Europe
Central Asia
and further beyond
Europe and
into
whatever.
Asia. To not be up at 2 in the morning. So we'll see. Well, we'll get some feedback. We'll see. But that's partly why we started at the early hour of 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, we hardly could wake up in time. I mean, it was like, oh my gosh.
We're going to keep fine tuning these marathons over and over and over again. And by the time COVID is over, we're going to have it just right. So
I doubt that's true.
I'm an optimist, Michael.
There's always going to be like some kind of problems, but that's okay. That's what we live with. It's.
It happens in live performance.
It happens in live marathons
live
too. Yeah, if you've never
breaks, it's kind of like a string breaks.
That's
true.
A drum falls over.
Yeah.
I guess that could happen live or virtual string breaking. Yeah.
Actually, the live marathons, sometimes the stage is covered with wires and there's like one thing that isn't quite plugged in right. And everyone has to sit there for 15 minutes while, we have to find out exactly where that wire goes. And
you're right. We're capable of making mistakes in every format. And we're going to try to do better.
I don't know if I'm going to try that hard.
Anyway, well, maybe we should close out, let everyone get dinner. But thank you so much for everyone for joining us and supporting the musicians and the composers and keeping new music happening. Really appreciate it.
Great. Thank you.
See you all later.